Hello, a very good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth. It's Friday afternoon, which means it's time for the culmination of Group C on the South Coast. And we kick off the Battle of England and the Faroe Islands as Jan Macintosh takes on Alan Norris. The tail of the tape as far as yesterday was concerned in Group C was Darren Johnson and Brett Clayton taking charge of proceedings, both players winning for their 5 matches on Thursday. Johan Engstrom on 6 points. Remember, the top 2 from 6 make their way through to tomorrow night's finals. The way that actually it works out, it's fairly uniform. These are the bottom 2 players in the table. Alan Norris and Jan Macintosh winning just 1 game from 5 on their first day. And then we're going to see Johan Engstrom and Jim McKuen, their 3rd and 4th, and Darren Johnson and Brett Clayton 1 and 2 in the table in Group C play in the first round of fixtures. I'm Henry Deacon. I'm in commentary alongside the 2017 World Championship finalist, Corinne Hammond. Jack Gow is your referee. Corinne, very good afternoon. Great to see you.
Oh, good afternoon to you too, Henry. What a pleasure it is to be back here in the MODUS Super Series commentary box
100.
with you.
The pleasure is all mine.
You're too kind.
Oh yeah, Macintosh made some history for the Faroe Islands by becoming the first ever Faroese player to play here at the Super Series. It's been a week of ups and downs as far as he's concerned, but he's looking to finish
45.
on a high. As for Alan Norris, has had a good 2023. Won on the World Seniors circuit in the past calendar months. But didn't quite happen for him yesterday. Can it be a case sometimes, Corinne, that a player, yes, they can go into good form, but sometimes when they go on that stage environment, things can just feel a little bit different?
Oh yeah, of course. It's something that we see all the time. You know, you're in good form, you get up there, then all of a sudden the darts don't go where they want to. So, I mean, Alan hasn't had the best session yesterday, but that's not to say he's going to come out here today and turn it completely around.
45.
Oh, Macintosh having the better of the opening leg against Foe, but hasn't left himself on a finish. And so Norris here has got the opportunity to open up an advantage, which he originally lost 96. With the darts. And will be first to an outshot on 160. As far as the bookmakers' odds are concerned, Alan Norris went off the 8-11 favourite with the odds compilers. Jan Macintosh was an even money outsider with the odds compilers. And here's Norris, who's first to a finish, although Macintosh is back on 58 and possibly awaiting the break of throw here in this opening leg of the
78.
match.
Jan, you require 58.
Tots for Macintosh for the break. Double 5 means double 15.
28.
And it doesn't go, and so Norris back Alan, for 82 for a hold, which you'd say would feel a little bit like a break. When he went for treble 14, leaving himself on tops.
42.
I'm actually quite surprised he didn't go the ball route on that, but obviously felt more comfortable.
Creeping closer.
No score.
But not quite close enough. And so Norris is back for tots, so 1-0.
Game shot on the first
Pin
leg.
Plom, 1-0 to Alan Norris. He puts the opening chalk on the board, does Chuck.
Second leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on. $25.
Well, we are into the second day's action here at the Super Series, and this is how the table looks after the first day. Darren Johnson and
85.
Brett Clayton both winning 4 out of their first 5. Johan Engstrom on 6 points, and well, he could maybe feel there was a case that he could have been on 8 as well, looking at his statistics for yesterday, because I know you love a good stat, Corinne.
What I've been waiting for, Henry.
Johan Engstrom actually had the best doubles percentage of any player yesterday. In matter of fact, 13 of his 29 misses at doubles, so around about 43. Half of them came in his game yesterday against Jim, his last match of the session. It was a day that was played by missed doubles. 224 missed attempts at a double yesterday afternoon.
Sounds like one of my games, Henry.
140.
I wasn't going to say such a thing.
Wouldn't be far from the truth at the moment, to be honest, Henry. But that's okay.
How is everything in the minute?
You know, I've got a bit of a
45.
tennis elbow, and which isn't from playing tennis, funnily enough. So yeah, puts darts on the back burner for a minute. So I'm taking the advice of my physio and not playing darts at the moment. Going to wait until the new year to pick one up again. So yeah,
100.
but it's coming along.
And the good news for us is we get to spend the afternoon with you.
Well, we'll see how good you think it is in a couple of hours' time.
100.
Always a pleasure, never a
You
chore.
require 151.
Macintosh, 151 to level this game at one apiece. Missed 5 darts at double in the opening leg to break the throw of Alan Norris. In terms of the scoring phases of this match, he really has dominated proceedings.
55.
The chasm just before that last visit of around about 8 or 9 points between the players in terms of the averages. 2140 scores for Macintosh compared to none of Norris so far. And the Faroese has 96 here to level this match up at one apiece. 93 left. Double 18 for Macintosh. He makes no mistake on that occasion. 1-1.
Third leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Bianco, and it's
55.
his 5th day's worth of playing. Considering that he hasn't played maybe as much over this type of distance back home in the Fair Islands, how much could the potential for tiredness and fatigue come into play?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, these sessions are quite grueling. You know, outside of this environment, there's not a lot of places that you would find that you're playing this many games like in one session in
85.
such a short period of time. So to do it 5 days on the spin, you'd definitely be having some fatigue coming in at some point. But you know, there are lots of players that can adapt to that really quite well, and for them to play consistently,
81.
you know, all the time is actually where their best games come from. But then you get those who do become fatigued by it. But it's definitely not
91.
something to be overlooked.
Where darts fitness comes into play.
Match fitness, yeah.
Not quite an Olivia Newton-John DVD, but darts fitness is important here at the Super Series.
125.
Can the Faroese provide us
you require 170.
with a big fish? There's a big fish on offer. There's a little fish on offer. And if Norris can find it, he may well put this leg in a cardboard box. And that was a bit of a magician's
65.
trick type dart there. Hit
Alan,
not the single out, but he
130.
found one plumb in the treble. Looking for a treble. Looking for the bull.
105.
But he can't find the little
Yeah,
fish.
you
And so
require
Macintosh is back for
105.
105 for a break and for 2-1. The treble sourced, now assessing his options. Well, the idea was double 16, but he was caught in 2 minds and he missed the big number.
73.
And so
Alan, you
Norris is
require
back for
25.
2-1. Double 10.
Five. Jan, you require 32.
Doesn't go, and so Macintosh back for double 16. Now double 8.
$16.
But still not ventured, still not
Alan,
found.
You require 20.
But Norris does
Shot on
find the
third
double
leg.
10.
Alan Norris.
Had a little bit of a wait to find out, but it's in there in the end. A little bit of a laugh
Fourth
for the
leg,
joke
it's
between
Jan to
Alan
throw
Norris
first.
and our referee, Jack
Game on.
Garwood, but it is Chuck who leads by 2 legs to 1. And maybe when you consider the scoring passages of this game, McKuen, maybe just a little bit against the run of play.
80.
Yeah, it really does feel like Norris has been lucky in the 2 legs that he's won so far. It's come out of Macintosh not being able to find that double. I mean, it's only cleanly he's hit the double in the second leg, and that was his first start at it. So it seems to be that
140.
maybe today for Macintosh, it's either first dart or no dart for a double for him.
Feast or famine, as us commentators like to say.
60.
You got a Corrin catchphrase on comms?
No, Henry. I don't.
That's a phrase, isn't it? No, Henry.
Yeah, that
85.
could be it.
Remember, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series via our social media channels. We're at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
140.
Also, check out our brand new reels. See, we're getting down with the tech.
We're very social here.
Oh, we're very
at the MODUS
social.
Super Series on all the socials.
Yeah, catch our reel with Glenn Dowen. It's
100. Alan, you require 136.
136 for Norris for a breaking 3-1. Went the treble 16 route. And so single 20 now.
96.
Sets him up plumly for tops after 12. And he's made a real kick in this leg out of Norris.
Yeah, well, I think he's needed it, really. Needs to give himself that opportunity to be able to close out this match. Not that he'll do it in this leg if he gets
60.
it, of course, but will be
Alan,
one
you require
leg
40.
closer.
Put him on the hill.
Game
And
shot
he
on the
makes no
fourth leg,
mistake.
Alan Norris.
His doubles percentage said that he was going to get it at some point in that turn. 33%. Which
Fifth
meant
leg,
that
it's
at one
Alan
point
to
in
throw
that free, he was
first.
going to find the double.
Game
He
on.
duly obliged. He gets the break, and he leads 3-1. Macintosh thinking, what if?
100.
Well, we have the potential here to see the reverse of what happened in the closing match of yesterday afternoon's session, where Macintosh won that one 4-1.
100.
Yeah, won that 4-1 with an average of 82.74. Was 50% when it came to the finishing. As for Alan Norris, it was a below par
85.
performance. At an end of a long day, has to be said. Average dip below the 80 mark. He had one attempt to the double, and he took that off the back of a 80 combination.
125.
One thing Jan has been is very proud to represent his nation this week. The first ever player from his country to play on a televised setup. And it's great to see
68.
new nations emerging.
Yeah, of course it is. And you know, what an experience for him, because no one's going to ever be able to take that away from him now. Now that he's the first, no one else will ever be the first. So yeah, that's a really good thing, and a really
78.
a great thing to be proud of.
Yeah, he's the first. He hopes not to be the last, but this means everything for Jan Macintosh.
$28. $140.
For yourself, when you represented Australia at the World Championships. It was a big honour, I suppose, wasn't it?
135.
Well, yes, I would say so, Henry.
Jan, you require 58.
The 3-2. Tops.
Game shot on the fifth
And
leg.
it is another
Jan
break.
McIntosh.
And so the game goes on. Jan now throwing to send us to a seventh and deciding leg.
Sixth leg. It's
No, it
Jan
will
to
feel
throw
like
first.
he should be out there. But that was a
Game
14
on.
darter. It was a much improved leg for the Faroese.
$85. $80.
When it comes to Group C and it's so cutthroat, what do you think the keys to success are in your view?
60.
I think that's pretty obvious, Henry. Big scores and hit a double at the end.
Do the basics right.
Exactly. You get the basics right, and you're going to be
45.
okay.
And it felt like when you dipped down deeply into the stats of yesterday, that the scoring element actually wasn't too bad, but the finishing was just a major issue, was
100.
a major concern for everybody.
99% of the time, that's what happens in dart matches, Henry. I'm sure you've seen quite a few of them over your time,
100.
but you'll know that they all get lost on a double.
I mean, Jim McKuen yesterday missed 50 darts at a double.
There you go. I mean, he is the most recent Super Series champion.
95.
And now to have him coming into, you know, Group C on the second day in fourth spot, you wouldn't really have thought that. I'm fairly confident that he won't end the day in fourth spot.
45.
You expecting to make a big push today?
Yeah, I would think so.
Now, Macintosh has made a push in this match. He was 3-1 down. Norris was
91.
going for a 4-1 victory. And this 71 here
71.
would mean that we'd go all the way in our first game of the session. And this really was the story of yesterday's Group C. We had 6 games in a row that went the distance.
That's what you love, though, Henry. The tungsten tussle.
Game shot on the sixth
And a last leg decider, which is
Macintosh.
exactly what we've got here. And from 3-1 down, Jan Macintosh has sent us all the way to a last leg decider where
Seventh and final
Alan
leg.
Norris
It's
has
Alan
the
to throw
darts.
first.
A victory
on.
for him will put him on to 4 points. And will put him level with the defending champion, Jim McKuen, in the league table.
31.
This is an important match for both of these players because if there's any chance of being able to qualify out of the group,
80.
which although it would still be an outside chance, they absolutely need to win this first game. I think the loser of this game can pretty much be discounted.
But Jan
60.
Macintosh, that's the third time now we've seen a dart either drop out or bounce at the board. And at what point does that become a major issue?
When they all start dropping out, Henry. That's a major issue.
95.
Incidentally, yesterday we had 8 games go all the way to a last leg decider.
45.
The record for a 15-game session is 9.
Is it really? I'm sure that we've done sessions before where there's been more than 9 games have gone all 7 legs.
It's felt it.
Yeah.
75.
Well, there we go. There's another case in point there of the Macintosh drop. It's like a coin being flicked off a cliff edge.
85.
Maybe he needs to sharpen his points. Not sure, Henry.
Is there as well a difference between sharpening and roughening a point?
Well, yeah, because some players find that they like to
140.
rough them up because they feel that it grips into the board better. But the way that the boards are made these days, it really shouldn't make any difference. You shouldn't need to rough up your points for them to be able
100.
to
Jan,
stay
you require
in
111.
the board. But obviously, if you have a flat point, it's not going to do you much good in trying to hold in there.
So Macintosh first to a finish against the darts in this
45.
last leg decider. And has left himself on 66. He'll be hoping that that is the route towards success in this opening match. Norris looking desperately for a treble here
100.
to keep himself
Jan,
in
you require
contention if this
66.
66 doesn't go for the match. Macintosh 66 has 2 darts in hand at double 18. Now double 9. And it's a case of more missed
48.
doubles. That's now 3
Alan, you
from
require
13 on the
80.
outer ring for the Faroese. And Alan Norris, who was reeled in from 3-1 up, has now got an opportunity to win the game if he can pin tops.
Game shot.
And he
the
duly
match,
obliges.
Alan Norris.
And Chuck is still in the mix. Alan Norris gets the better of Jan Macintosh by 4 legs to 3 in the opening game of the day. It keeps him in contention. It may well have knocked Jan Macintosh out of it. That the tail of the tape. 40% on the doubles for Alan Norris. Coming up after the break, it's the top 2 that go toe-to-toe. Darren Johnson and Brett Clayton. Seconds out, game 2 here at the MODUS Super Series, and it sees the top two go toe-to-toe as Darren Johnson goes up against Brett Clayton. Clayton was in a whiskers or in a leg of a perfect day yesterday. He was 3-0 up in this game against Darren Johnson, having won his 4 previous matches. But that man on your screen, DJ, the 57-year-old from Mexborough, won each of the last 4 legs to round off a comprehensive victory. It looked like the Shredder was going to cut the opposition in half. He almost did to the whole of the field, but just missed out in this game against DJ, who changed the record as far as that was concerned. But what's going to happen in this renewal, Corin Hammond?
Probably more of the same, Henry, and we'll get more of the same puns from you.
You've definitely missed this.
50.
Oh, I have. I hadn't realised how much until right now.
Well, Clayton was the second favourite 4-1, and Matthew
60.
Edgar on the balcony yesterday said that represented some value. He's coming quite considerably. As far as this game's odds are concerned, Clayton goes out the favourite 8-13. Darren Johnson, the outsider, at
40.
6-5. And the way Darren played yesterday was maybe some of the with man with a little bit of confidence, a little bit of vigour, looking ahead, of course, to the Lakeside next week. And this is the time of year for a player you want to hit your peak, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming into the time of year when all the World Championships are up on offer, that is when you want to be in your best form.
100.
So Brett Clayton, is he at a bit of a crossroads in his career? He lost his tour card at the end of 2022. Obviously played here at the Super Series this year.
40.
When you go back possibly for that second stint after losing the card the year before, do you almost have an added bit of pressure on yourself because you've come off the tour, you've lost it the first year, and you try so hard to then regain
60.
it?
I guess it really depends on where he sees his darts career going. He may not have as much interest in being back on the pro tour because some players do get to that point in their career where they go, oh, I've been there, I've done that.
140.
Didn't really work out, and I'm not so much bothered by getting back on the tour. But, I don't know in terms of Clayton himself. He may be really itching to get his tour card back, but it just depends on
59.
where he sees his
Brett, you require
career going. He could be
124.
very satisfied playing here at the MODUS Super Series and wants to continue with that.
Very satisfied having him. He's satisfied enough for the opening leg because he has got 6 on 1-2-4 to get the job done.
56.
So 68 upon his return. Johnson on throw in this first leg, looking to apply pressure. So Clayton here for the break in the opener. 68 is what he's looking for.
40. Brett, you require 68.
Few wayward darts there from DJ's, not done him any favours.
Now for
Game
double
shot on the
2. They
first
say
leg.
it never
Brett
loses,
Clayton.
and it does it for Brett Clayton that time. One that he leaves with a break.
Second leg, it's Brett to throw first. Game on.
I do wonder where you get a nickname like the Shredder from.
Is it something to do with Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something? Wasn't there a Shredder on that? Maybe that's where it comes
100.
from. I don't know.
Boy, he worked in Staples. Well, that would mean if
100.
he's the Shredder, Brett Clayton, he's the arch nemesis of David Schlichting, the Turtle. Maybe... Oh, I've got an idea, Corin.
95.
Do tell, Henry.
A Heroes and Villains themed week. You got Superman, Matt Clark.
Yeah, only those with a superheroes or villains moniker are allowed to
140.
participate.
I'll tell you what, if you think of your best inspired superhero nicknames, tweet us at MSS Darts, and our job over the course of the day is
84.
to come up with a group of 6 players with all superhero nicknames in there. Heroes versus Villains week.
100.
Would you be a superhero? What would you be?
Oh, Wonder Woman, of course.
Silly question.
96. Darren,
Johnson
you require
here to
161.
get the break back. Looking at 161. Not going to go on this occasion, so Clayton back for 126 to double his lead to 2-0.
Brett, you require 126.
All about the 19s here. One treble needed to get the bullseye, and that's what he's looking for now. But he's not going to get a go at the middle of the diddle. So Johnson
54.
back for 61 to
Darren,
level this game up
61.
at 1 apiece. Treble 7 tops.
Game shot on the second
Beautifully
leg.
executed.
Darren
Johnson gets the break back. It was a check out, taken out with the same kind of courage of his convictions that saw him go that way in the first place. 1-1.
Game on. $82.
Max for Clayton to kickstart leg 3.
And our first of the day, Henry.
I was going to say maybe it was going to be like London buses, but that took a awful clattering deflection, that second dart there. Clayton's not going to continue in a perfect fashion in this leg, but he's ticking along quite nicely. His third leg up in the offing.
$78. $88.
Good leg this from Clayton. Just a slip with the last. May have just slightly opened up the door for Johnson with a big score, but below what we were talking about in this first game, it's very much feast or famine score-wise for Darren.
Yeah, absolutely. Far too many 5s and 1s have been creeping in
11.
to his scores here, and there we go.
Brett,
11. So
Clayton's
still got 6 off 133 here to give us the third break of the match.
Well, he's going to come back to continue what has been a breakathlon so far. That time, Darren Johnson didn't want the treble 7.
61. Brett,
74 for Clayton to make it 2-1 and obtain what would be a third consecutive break at the start of this match. Treble 14 for double 16.
42.
But he couldn't use the lie of the first
Darren,
start, so Johnson back to
134.
get the game's first hold.
$52. Brett, you require 32.
2/16. 2-1.
Shot on the
third
third leg.
consecutive
Brett
break.
Clayton.
He gives that double 16 a good old stare down, but he finds himself in front.
Fourth
Now
leg, it's
he'll be
Brett to
hoping
throw
for the first hold of the match in the next, because it would mean that
Game
he'd
on.
find himself in a 3-1 lead. Work for that man to do.
But that would be no different to yesterday, Henry. He did lose his opening match in yesterday's
85.
session, then went on to win the next 4. And whereas we saw Clayton win his first 4 matches and then lose his last one.
86.
It's not where you start, it's where you finish.
Exactly.
Here we have a look at the Brett Clayton starts. It's
140.
very much like the action of our commentary colleague we had this week, Matthew Edgar. Moving components there, whereas with Darren, you can tell that he's a big fan of Dennis Priestley, because the action isn't really too dissimilar, the 2-time world champion.
And almost a shirt to match.
96. $130.
The ball, got the ball.
Yeah, good use of the ball there. Left himself a finish, so he'll be the first one to have a look. Big finish, but it's still a finish. Another one of those from Clayton's really going to put the pressure on the 145 finish, though.
140. Darren, you require 145.
Pressure duly applied. Johnson 145. You felt like that finish may have been to stay alive because Clayton back with tops after 12 and 11 points better off on the average
Brett,
here,
you
Clayton. If
require
he
40.
goes 3-1 up here, you sense that he is in full command of this match. Potential 13 data incoming here.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
the 13
leg.
it
Brett
is. It's
Clayton.
unlucky for Johnson because Clayton's on the hill. He leads 3-1.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
However, Darren Johnson knows how to pull off a Houdini-esque escapology act against Darren Johnson. He did it yesterday. Or the other way round, shall I say.
70.
He's going to need a fair few more treble 20s, though, and less of the 1s and 5s. It's like when his first dart goes in, then the others will follow. But if he has that first
85.
wayward one, then the others seem to follow that as well.
So you signing Darren Johnson on the list of the FDM club,
84.
First Dart Merchant.
Right. Okay. Yes. Then yes, that's where I'm putting him in that club.
$68.
A bad little club to be a part of.
Well, if your first starts in the treble 20, yeah.
100.
As you could tell, I was never part of any clubs when I was younger.
Were you always the last one picked for a team, Henry?
Yes.
60. 83.
Even when I was the captain, I was picked last. But let's be fair, I'm not exactly built to play sport, am I?
94.
Because it depends on
Darren,
the
you require
sport.
164.
Synchronized swimming, maybe?
164 coming here for Johnson to save the match. And he's the type of player that will go for finishes.
81.
Yeah, I didn't need to with Clayton on 194, but I guess he fancied himself for it.
$58. Darren, you
In the
require
match alive,
83.
83 for Darren Johnson. Nine there leaves 74, so it should be about the 14s here. Indeed it is, because the single 20 will leave himself
43.
tops if
Brett, you
he comes
require
back, because Clayton here
136.
has 136 to win the match, and to win it with some fanfare, has to be said. Another one of them would have left double 8 to get the job done, and so
96.
Johnson comes back.
Darren, you require
Probably his
40.
last opportunity to keep this game alive on tops. That's wild.
No score.
Very wild.
Brett,
you
you
feel like
require
that may have
40.
been his last darts to throw in this match.
The reaction there probably told all you need to know about how Darren Johnson's feeling. He is seething. But
Game shot.
Clayton
And the
is
match,
winning
Brett
and
Clayton.
heading to the top of the table. A 4-1 victory moves him on to 10 points. Darren Johnson missing opportunities to bring it back to 3-2. But Clayton with a 90 average and 4 out of 7 on the finishing is a 4-1 victor against Darren Johnson. It is he who moves top of the table. And coming up after the break, the defending champion has work to do. Jim McKuen in action against Johan Engstrom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series in Group C. It's Friday afternoon session. And we've got the defending champion of champions winner, Jim McKuen. One of just 4 players to scoop that particular title from this series, along with Conan Whitehead, Raymond Smith, and the double winner, Luke Littler. But things seem to have changed a little bit for McKuen in the last few weeks. He was riding the crest of a wave earlier in November, but this week has been much more of a struggle for him. He's up against a tricky customer in Johan Engstrom.
Jim to throw first.
Landed the highest average.
Game on.
So yesterday afternoon, just a shade under 98. And Corinne, we know that Jim McKuen can really perform on this stage. 20 grand, of course, he's proven that. But he spent most of this week seemingly
62.
berating himself and getting frustrated.
Yeah, he's probably feeling a lot of pressure, really, to back up his performance from the last series as well, because everyone wants to, you know, do as well as what they've always done and perform
96.
the way that you've been shown to perform before. So, yeah, and no one's going to put more pressure on him than himself, which is, you know, you're saying that he's been berating himself all week. That's probably the reason why, because they're just not going where they're meant to.
57.
Yeah, he'll almost be wondering why he seemingly can't recuperate and retrieve the same form that he showed earlier this month. It's only been a few weeks, and he'll almost be wondering, is there something different with the technique? I have noticed that particularly on the third dart, he's tended to snatch
95.
quite a lot this week. The arm's not fully extended forward. See if he does it here.
$125.
Yeah, maybe. And yeah, that could come from, you know, he's second guessing what he's doing. He's second guessing his performance. Yeah, you know what? The mind is a funny old thing, because most of what happens from, you know, playing darts
84.
is what happens in your head, not actually the mechanics of you know, throwing the darts.
And these two players have seen a lot of each other this week, having progressed through
40.
Group A. Johan Engstrom, one of the ADC Europe qualifiers. Very Scandinavian feel to the field, with Jan Macintosh also participating this week.
28.
What Jim McKuen did do yesterday, at least, was give himself a real fighting chance of making it through the group. Real critical win that he picked up against Engstrom yesterday afternoon. It was a 4-3 success.
43.
It was a bit of a steal in many respects. And even when he's not playing at his best, because of what he's done in the past, you can't rule him out.
No, of course not. But I mean, he does need to win this game
98.
to be able to keep himself in contention or make it easier, because this is Group C is very cutthroat. Only 2 from 6 are going through. So, yeah, all of those games are important.
Yeah, if Jim McKuen whitewashes Engstrom, he'll leapfrog him in the table and go up to third, and then he
you
can
require 100.
look up at Brett Clayton and Darren Johnson. Strong. We know loves tops. He might go for 2 of them. Did, and it just dips below
80.
the wire, and then
Jim,
hits
you
tops for
require
good measure
40.
to leave double 10. Jim McKuen on his favourite tops. Could be a good guide. 2 good guides.
Game shot on the
Third
first
time
leg.
lucky.
Jim McKuen.
21 darter to start things off, and I suppose at this stage of the competition, he
Second
won't
leg.
really
It's Johan
care
to
about
throw
his own
first.
standard as long as he gets the
Aim
win.
on.
Exactly. Winning's more important. Whether you win a game in 60 darts or you win it in 9, like it's, you know, it's the W at the end that makes the difference.
140.
Pretty certain we won't see any 60 darters today.
Well, let's hope not anyway.
$140.
That's also the same to be said when you've got 3 darts in hand at a double. It doesn't matter whether it's the first, second, or third dart, as long as it's one of them that goes in.
81.
Yeah, averages do not matter, as wise man once said. They are 2 of the more methodical players Group C this week. But it's about being methodical
140.
and also having a rhythm. If you are playing too staccato, you're not going to hit the heights that you want. Oh, and Engstrom with that lean forward as he releases the dart.
140.
Almost slightly reminiscent of John Henderson.
Yeah.
$92. Johan, you require 140.
The wrong side of the wire.
Annoying when you hit that second one straight where you wanted the first one to go.
82.
Well, we can sometimes
Jimmy
read the
require
body language of players, and that little nod
Yep.
that Engstrom gave that second dart. Well, I'll have to end on the bull. And it might do. Bullseye for Jim McKuen.
87.
Well, it was
Johan, you
nearly a
require
dozen
58.
darter, but McKuen can't even find the outer bull. So, for a level game,
Game shot on the second
Right
leg.
in the
Johan
middle.
Engstrom.
Johan Engstrom hits tops.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And we are going to
Game
see
on.
tops utilised an awful lot with these players. Don't tend to see them use the southwest section of the board, the 16s and the 8s that are so popular among many other
42.
players.
They're traditionalists. They like tops.
Yeah, two old school players,
58.
which is to be expected. Jim McKuen plays in the seniors, of course. Lost in one of the seniors finals to Leonard Gates, who we'll be seeing this evening.
83. $81.
Like he couldn't quite believe that one of them was in a one there.
$100.
Does seem to be a little bit steadier today, Jim McKuen. What myself and Matt were seeing in the comms box yesterday was a lot of decent darts at treble 20, and then straight after he'd
96.
snatch one of them into the 1 or the 5 segment. They do tend to be going a little bit straighter today.
His first match of the day, so you want to get it right, and then you can build on it from there.
100.
As I said, important match for McKuen anyway to win this one and really give himself an opportunity to be able to qualify through to tomorrow night's final.
He went off yesterday as
134.
odds-on favourite to win Group C, which is quite something considering that it is a 6-horse race, if you like. Perhaps he will have felt a little bit of the pressure, as you alluded to.
96. Johan, you require 132.
Johan Engstrom about to pop the cork. Level 19 leaves the bullseye. Oh, keep the champagne on ice for now.
107. Jim, you require 80.
Oh, wayward first start. Now he's going to have to use the ball.
Should be a good guide,
44.
but he couldn't use it.
Johan, you require 25. Game shot on the third leg. Johan
Johan
Engstrom.
Engstrom punishes Jim McKuen. Break of throw. Jim only hitting
Fourth
1
leg.
out of
It's Johan
5
to
on
throw
the doubles.
first. Game on.
And even though he's halfway through his first game of the day, he's almost looking resigned to his fate.
That's no attitude to have. And as I was saying earlier, you know, the thoughts that you put into your mind really do then come out onto the dartboard, it can happen like that. If you think you're going to lose, then more than likely you are.
100. $62.
That's what we were seeing yesterday.
Yeah. Most frustrating when it's the first start that's wrong, the second one's good, and then the third one goes back to being wrong. Like it's...
Yeah, scores like 62 can feel so different. If you hit 2 single ones and then the treble,
Yeah.
you've bailed yourself out. If it's the other way around, it's one of the worst shots
I know.
ever.
Like you've wasted it.
140. $125.
Good start on the 19s. And does.
170.
Another frustrating visit.
Yeah,
you require
and
136.
frustrating so because he knows with that single 3 that he hit with the second dart wasn't going to be able to leave himself a finish no matter what he hit with the third.
96.
Perfect scenario for Johan Engstrom. He's got 3 clear darts at tops. Nothing Jim McKuen can do on 182 other than try and
81.
trim it
Johan,
off.
you require
Well,
40.
trimmed some of it off. Still a 3 darter.
Game shot on the fourth
No
leg.
reprieve
Johan
for Jim
Engstrom.
McKuen. Johan Engstrom makes it 3-1. A leg away from another victory, which had almost
Fifth leg,
put the
it's
Group
Jim to
C
throw
table
first.
in 2
Game
halves.
on.
Win here would lift Engstrom up to second if he does the job by 4 legs to 1. Then McKuen would be 4 points behind Darren
96.
Johnson. Only 4 games left. And it's at this time of group stage where they've played one day, they've crossed the halfway line, and they start almost tallying up points totals in the head.
Yeah,
34.
exactly. They do that, and they know what they need to do to kind of get there.
$60.
See from that angle that Jim McKuen starts at quite flat in the board, as do Johans.
45.
Makes it a little bit trickier if I'm just above the top wire.
$61. $140.
Only a width of a wire between a 180 there.
Yeah, it's been a strong performance this from Johan Engstrom. Start the
60.
day off with, averaging a shade under 95 right now. He was seriously threatening numbers in the Leonard Gates stratosphere yesterday when he played Jan Macintosh.
125.
Somewhere in the 110s. He tailed off a bit towards the end and couldn't even get the ton plus average, but shown a real good A game
40.
in this campaign
Johan,
as
you
Engstrom.
require 57.
Could be about to win his first game of the afternoon. 2 darts at tops.
$17.
It's not the worst time to miss.
No, with McKuen back on 184, there's nothing he can do with that. So he will have another 3 at tops to close out this match.
81. Johan, you require 40.
Climb to 8 points.
Game shot
Johan
and the
Engstrom
match.
makes it look
Johan
easy.
Engstrom.
It was another strong performance from the Swede. Jim McKeown's decidedly average week continues, a 4-1 success for Johan Engstrom. Not exactly great power scoring, but he was clinical enough on the doubles, nearly half of them in the requisite targets. And Jim McKuen probably now needs to win all of his remaining games to advance through. Coming up after the break, we've got the return of the table topper Brett Clayton. He plays Alan Norris. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just seen Johan Engstrom playing a comfortable victory over the struggling Jim McKuen, winning by 4 legs to 1. Now we've got currently the man to beat in Brett Clayton, 5 wins from 6.
First leg, it's Brett to throw first.
And he certainly got his revenge
Game
over
on.
Darren Johnson earlier today. He was 3-0 up in yesterday's game, ended up losing 4-3. Then got one over on the Yorkshireman, a 4-1 victory for him. He comes up against Alan Norris,
60.
who has jumped up a place in the table without having to throw a dart because Ewan's leg difference is now inferior to Norris's. He started the day off with a
95.
final leg decider against Jan Macintosh. He came through that for just his 2nd victory of the week. But, Corinne, I think it's safe to say that Brett Clayton is the man to beat here, and you would probably expect him to get the job done against Norris.
Yeah, absolutely. The way that he played his first match was really quite
100.
consistent, and definitely better in scoring power in terms of what we saw from Norris in his first match. So
yeah, he was largely the steadiest player, I think, yesterday afternoon played in, and maybe that stems from the fact that the most recent tour card holder out of this 6-player field has that experience of playing the world's best. Sure, he'll be looking to get back on the Pro Tour as soon as possible, with U-School coming up in a matter of 6 weeks or so.
59.
Make sure you take all your equipment, Brett.
no good to you on the floor.
58. 55. Brett, you
Shanghai
require
then after 12.
120.
Part one done. The easy part, now tops.
80. Alan, you
Closer
require
to the metal number
155.
than the bed. Well, that would have been a rogue way to take out
Yeah.
155, treble 16 and then the bull.
Brett, you require 40.
Definitely not conventional.
Game shot
Doesn't
on the
throw
first
Clayton
leg.
off stride.
Brett Clayton.
17 darter to start the game. And the way that Norris tried
Second
to
leg,
tee up
it's
that
Alan to throw
155,
first.
it's almost
Game on.
a player who knows he's not going to get through and he's just thinking, I fancy having a bit of fun here today.
Maybe, or maybe he
99.
just felt confident that way. I mean, it doesn't really make much sense to start on 19s to go back up to the treble 20 to then leave yourself on double 19 again. Probably fancies the bull over 38, really.
140.
Yeah, while I mentioned that Brett Clayton was the most recent Pro Tour participant, if you like, of the six here,
100.
Alan Norris, probably the most decorated career. European Tour winner, a finalist at Lakeside, and the Players' Championship Finals happening this weekend. Somebody who's thrown a 9-darter on stage 2. Comes here with a lot of pedigree, but does seem to have struggled a little bit on this stage whenever we've seen him.
44.
Matt Edgar yesterday kind of hypothesized that this environment might not suit Norris with the quick pace of the games.
Yeah, because as we were just talking about
99.
earlier, is that you don't find many environments outside of this where you're playing as many games in such a short period of time and then over, so many days
60.
in a week.
Brett, you require 122.
Not what the traditional professional dart player is used to, let's say.
Treble 18.
96.
Treble 20. Usual decision from Clayton.
Maybe a slight miscount or loss of concentration, really.
42.
I do think with Norris on 198,
require
Clayton on
26.
122, he probably could have started on the bull, given himself a guaranteed 2-darter.
Game shot on the second leg.
But if you make
Brett
double 13
Clayton.
look that easy, what does it matter?
Maybe double 13 is one of his favoured.
Lucky 13.
Third leg, it's Brett to throw
He's
first.
quickly doubled his lead here
Game on.
for 2-0.
I asked Matt this question yesterday, so I'll ask you, Corey. What do you make of the
180.
Clayton throw as he lands a 180? The sort of flick of the finger, no follow through whatsoever.
Yeah,
100.
I mean, that's the thing with all dart players. Everyone's got their own style, their own way that they do it. And, I guess it just comes from when you first pick up a dart and you start throwing. That's kind of cements the way that you throw darts. And if it works for you, that's
100.
great. You just stick with it.
I'm still searching, personally.
60.
Only 2.5 legs in. It's been mightily impressive from Clayton so far.
85.
He is playing with some confidence here, that's for sure.
85. Brett, you require 136.
And while Norris isn't really putting him any pressure on him, it is giving him the freedom to continue doing that. And sometimes that's what you need as a player, is that when you know that you're playing well and you're playing well enough to be, kind of whitewashing your
69.
opponent,
Check
you get that
71.
confidence to just keep on playing that way.
And it'll not just be the points as well. If he does whitewash Norris, it's great for his leg difference, which such a tight
Brett, you require 65.
bunched field
Absolutely.
does make a difference.
Every leg counts. And
Game
there's
shot on
his
the third
third one for
leg.
this
Brett
match with a
Clayton.
clean finish off 65 there.
Fourth leg, it's
potentially,
Alan to throw first.
Performance
Game on.
of Group C so far from Brett Clayton. Continues in the same vein. We've
55.
not had a ton plus average yet in this group. Best one we saw the entirety of yesterday was Chaz Barstow with a magnificent 104 average to close things off.
96.
The unbeaten man in Group B, the better of Leonard Gates.
60.
Leonard will absolutely be looking for revenge tonight, I would say.
Well, that game's going to be first up, so it'll be very interesting to see who flies out of the blocks.
60. 108.
Alan Norris reminding us that he can play.
Is it too little too late, though, in this match?
I get the sense that it is. Brett
140.
Clayton's looking to make sure that it is.
$60.
Well, Norris is first to a finish here on 146. Clayton's going to be looking to apply a whole heap of pressure on that.
105.
With board
Alan, you
management,
require 146.
using the bull to leave himself a guaranteed 2 darter.
And we're not going to see the 146 finish here.
60. Brett, you require 100.
Ton finish for a ton plus average then. Good guide for the treble. Double 10.
Game shot and the
And
match.
Clayton lands
Brett
it.
Clayton.
A brilliant performance from Brett Clayton. Really laying down a marker. That is now 6 wins from 7 matches. And just take a look at those numbers. Clayton is motoring when it matters. Alan Norris threw some decent darts, but unfortunately they were interspersed by some pretty average ones. He is whitewashed by Brett Clayton 4-0. Coming up after the break, we've got the Scandinavian derby between Jan Macintosh and Johan Engstrom. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've seen our first ton-plus average of Group C. It was a stunning performance from Brett Clayton, whitewashing Alan Norris. 1-180, 66% on the doubles. That is a good formula to win many darts matches. We've now got a clash between a Faroese flinger and a Swedish thrower in Johan Engstrom, who started the day off with a very comfortable performance, a 93 average, beating Jim McKuen by 4 legs to 1. Jan Macintosh has tasted defeat too many occasions in this week, going down 4-3 to Alan Norris. And Henry Deacon, it was the age-old problem from Jan Macintosh this week, where
95.
We saw him score pretty well, but the finishing let him down.
Presenting opportunities but not being able to take them, and it has been the perpetual problem for the Faro Flinger, as you say, this week. As for Johan Engstrom,
60.
yesterday, doubles-wise, he wasn't actually too bad. 18 out of 47, and you can put a couple of caveats in. Well, you can put a massive caveat in there as well, because 13 of the 29 misses he had at double came in the solitary game. So
100.
yesterday, when he had opportunities, he took them, and on tops, he's been prolific throughout the course of the week.
Yeah, we know that he does have a tendency to leave tops whenever he possibly
41.
can. An MO that quite a lot of players have with various doubles. We see it on the pro circuit with the likes of Ryan Searle always wanting to leave tops, James Wade as
58.
well. And if players have that double that they're so comfortable with, it makes them a little bit more dangerous.
It does, but it then means that they've got to work well on the breakdown. And maybe
100.
at times with Johan this week, when he has come inside, double 10 hasn't quite been as fortuitous for him.
Been a big learning curve for Jan Macintosh this week.
80.
His 5th consecutive day of marathon darts. He'll have probably never had that in his darting career so far. But a good experience for him nonetheless. I mean, look, at this stage, we know he's not going to make it
85.
through to finals night. He's just got to try and chip away, try and pick up as many wins as he possibly can between now and the end of play today. But he will leave, you imagine, a stronger player for the experience.
100.
Definitely, and think about what he can bring back to the Faroe Islands as well. It's their first exposure to TV darts. He's come over here. There's bits that he can take back there, and hopefully he'll see the standard throughout the course of the island, throughout the course of that whole region, begin to improve. And
100.
I mean, Sweden's been a prime
Can you require
example. I know
68?
they've been a country being around the circuit for a number of years, but they've been a country that's improved a lot recently, as Macintosh here looks at double 4 for the opening leg. But
No
that's
score.
wild. Really, really
Johan,
wild.
you
And it
require
presents Engstrom
115.
with an opportunity. And if he can find the treble first dart in hand, he may well get a go at tops.
He is going to now, barring a disaster. And it was close to being a disaster.
75.
Doesn't rescue it. Now,
You require
Macintosh, another
68.
bite at the 68 cherry. Going to be the same formula. At least he wanted it to be. 13 or treble.
Miscounted, isn't he? Must have.
28. Johan, you require 40.
There's a baffled look on my face right now, isn't there?
What on earth happened there? But Engstrom's on tops. And he's found a miss, a rare miss. And so is double 10 going to be an equal friend? Yes, is
Shot
the
on first
answer.
leg. Johan
Not often
Engstrom.
do you get a fist bumper celebration following a 21 dart breaker throw, but that's exactly what happens there for
Second
Johan
leg,
Engstrom.
it's
He
Johan
leads
to
Jan
throw
Macintosh
first.
by a leg to nil.
Game on.
And the thought that is swirling round Jan Macintosh's mind. Here we go again. He didn't have a happy game against Johan Engstrom yesterday. He was whitewashed, and there was a
100.
23-point disparity in the averages as well. He started off really well. He had that dart at double. It would have been a 17 darter, but he's just made a mess on the outer ring once again.
100.
I want to draw upon your experiences of the Waterlevel Open the other day. When you're in a position like Jan is,
Please don't.
when you're in a position, I mean, Jan's in that position now where this has felt like it's happened for 5 days straight. And at what point
43.
do you then really get ticked off by it, and does it really then drag you down? That's the question that'll be on the mind.
Probably the first 3 darts that I chucked in the entire tournament, to be honest. I don't
85.
think my experiences in the Waterlooville Open will be that applicable to what we see today.
We digress. Clayton looked to get the game's first max. It hasn't been a day loitered with maximums. We saw 3 in the last game between Norris and Clayton. Other than that, that's pretty much been it for the maximum hitting so far today.
100.
Engstrom here, though, very much on the cusp of a 2-0 lead, having accrued the break in the opening leg.
140.
Well, once again, after 9 darts, Jan Macintosh was pretty much level pegging with Engstrom. There isn't anything wrong with the scoring power. Could do with a treble
45.
here.
Johan, you require 83.
Well, there is a lot wrong with that because it doesn't leave him on a finish.
Luxury of time here for Engstrom. 66 left, but he doesn't have to chase the bullseye if he doesn't want to. And nor will he do such a thing.
43.
To leave himself on his favoured tops for 2-0.
Yeah, you tend to see that with players who like tops. They've got 66. They'll go for the
80.
double 14 because
Johan, you
they
require
tend to like
40.
double 12 as well. That section of the board serves them many times. Not there, though.
Now double 5. You haven't got the luxury this time, Johan.
35.
Well, he leant forward
you
on that
require
second dart like a
91.
photo finish. He thought it was in. Aggressive from Macintosh. I like it.
71.
Won't like that.
Johan,
So
you
Engstrom
require
here
5.
for 2-0, and he's had opportunities, and this may well be the last he gets. 2 2s for 2-0. But the Swede will not double his lead, and he may
Jan,
well
you
be
require
reeled back
20.
in here as Macintosh, who looked completely out of this leg, goes for double 10. Right on the wire. Kisses it
on
the
the
other
second
side, and
leg,
level we are
Jan
1-1. A
Macintosh.
break back for Jan Macintosh. One apiece.
There's an argument to say that Johan Engstrom is
Third
being
leg, it's Jan to throw
embroiled
first.
in a battle
Game on.
because he is playing Jan Macintosh, and sometimes you can see in darts that this is on the outer ring can almost be contagious.
One leads to another, leads to another. They say styles make fights, and that's the
80.
same with darts matches, as Jan Macintosh again has another bounce out the boards. We were talking with Colin Hammond earlier on today about how this is becoming an endemic issue for Macintosh this week.
131.
So we did have that almost circus type act where he put one dart in the board, it knocked out the 20, but it plonked the second one in the treble in his first game of the day against Alan
26.
Norris. Went on to lose that 4-3. That's probably the reason why he's out of the running now. And if you're new to the format, top 2 go
100.
through Group C to Saturday night's finals. And they're going to be joined by Jake McMurray, the Canadian, who won through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, respectively. And those 3 will be joined by 3 tonight in Group B. And it looks like Chaz Barstow's put himself in a very good position to do exactly that.
Yeah, and even though he was beaten in the last game, I still think Leonard Gates will prove too strong. That's going to be a really interesting battle for third
140.
in Group B.
Not a bad first game of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it'll tell us a lot about what Leonard Gates is thinking. Can he exact his revenge on Chaz Barstow, or will it still be playing on his mind? I think he'll probably like the fact that he's going to play Barstow
140.
first, get it out of the
Johan,
way
you
early.
require 130.
Engstrom would like a third consecutive break to start the match, but he's not going to take out the 130. And Macintosh hasn't really shown signs of a big finish
35.
today, but can he
Jan, you
find a
require
155 to hold throw?
155.
This could raise the roof. Double 19. Jan Macintosh with
third
an
leg. Jan
absolute
Macintosh.
blockbuster finish. 155. And that's probably one of the highlights of his week.
Fourth leg, it's Johan to throw
From
first.
absolutely
Game on.
nowhere, Jan Macintosh has found a 155. It's the biggest finish of the day. And probably his biggest moment of the week.
140.
Biggest finish of the entire Group C campaign. I mean, what odds would you have given on that? Genuinely, and this is not to be mean to Jan Macintosh, I'd be thinking 1 in every 100 goals at
55.
that. Maybe even more.
Well, he's been struggling when it's come to the finishing department throughout the course of the week. He was 3 from 13 on the doubles in his first game and 2 from 6 in this one. So it meant that he
81.
was 1 from 5 before that previous turn. But one thing about Jan is he's given it a real good go in every single game this week. I was actually speaking to him yesterday and
46.
he was saying how he just felt a little bit tired because obviously he's played for 4 days straight at that point and it does take its toll. I mean, he would have played 25 matches by the end of today
100.
in a short space of time.
Yeah, and this is where when people say that darts isn't physical, well, it is because you're using one half of your body, you're leaning on
100.
one side, there's constant movements with the shoulder and the elbow, and not just the matches, you've got all the practice as well that he does in the players' room. I'm sure when he's finished for the day or has been, he's maybe gone back to the
60.
hotel where he's staying and he's got a board up there that he's practicing on. It is a real slog, this.
But also the mental side of it as well. He lost each of his first 7 matches and when something like that happens, it does loom large. And to get back on the horse, it's not easy, especially when you
95.
consider most other
Johan,
competitions, you
require
lose and you go home.
120.
Engstrom here, 120 to level up at 2-2. It's got 6 darts on here and it's going to need the full quota. He hasn't made
28.
an iota of an imprint either.
I don't think it would be unfair to suggest that Engstrom coming into this
45.
match
Johan, you require
would have been
92.
expecting to win. So if he does lose, it'll be a big knock to his confidence and it'll be 2 points on his tally that should have been there that have gone, and he'll have to find them from somewhere else. You might have to find them against a Brett Clayton or a Darren Johnson.
84. Jan, you require 160.
And Johnson plays McKuen up next, and he'll be hoping for a McKuen victory in that particular encounter. But Macintosh isn't going to take out the 160, but he's going to leave it handy enough. That's the next
140.
best prize. And so there's
Johan, you
huge
require
pressure here
8.
on this double 4 for Johan Engstrom.
Game
1
shot
for
of
9 on the
fourth leg.
doubles, but
Johan
no
Engstrom.
mistake on that occasion. 2-2, and he really is pumped up.
Fifth leg, it's Jan to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
he
on.
looks a little bit more aggressive right now than a supposed sweet ferret, whatever one of those is.
Thing with a ferret is, if it's sweet,
60.
it could have a double meaning. It could go one way or the other.
Yeah, I'm baffled by the origins of that nickname. I'd love to find out why Sweet Ferret was the chosen one for him.
96.
Maybe in Sweden they have, you know, we have Freddos in this country. Maybe their version's a ferret. I don't know.
Well, next time I go to IKEA, I'll see what chocolates they've got in the selection.
108.
Well, that was sweet like chocolate for Jan Macintosh. His first maximum of the day.
100.
And just keeps Engstrom at bay. This 5th leg up in the offing. Incidentally, before this game got underway, Johan Engstrom was a heavy 8-15 favourite with the odds compilers. Jan Macintosh, you could have got at odds of 11-8.
Which
174. Jan, you require 160.
The brain was still whirling amongst the excitement. Talking about excitement, he's already had a 155 in this game, but he's not going to add the 161 to his checkout reel.
$137. Johan, you require
Double 12 after 12.
131.
Engstrom for the break.
Very sloppy first start. Treble to really apply pressure.
83.
Gets it.
Jan, you require 24.
Now, 3 clear darts and a double, where we've seen the undoing of Macintosh this week. That wasn't far off. That was double 3.
18.
No one likes double 3.
Johan, you require 48.
And so Engstrom for the break. To put himself on the hill and to throw for the match. Goes for his favoured tops. But it hasn't been a friend today, has
Jan,
it?
you
And it's
require
opened up
6.
the door for Jan Macintosh, but he's in the trap door that is double 3.
Double 3 then for Jan.
No
Oh,
score.
he's busted.
Johan, you require 40.
Lost the line so much. Now Johan Engstrom
Game shot on the
does get
5th leg.
tops.
Johan Engstrom.
Hasn't been too clinical on tops. And I'm going to say that ever since I was
6th
told
leg,
that
it's
Johan
Johan to throw
Engstrom is one of the
first.
best top sitters in the world, his
Game
form
on.
on it has been pretty average. I won't name the referee who told me that.
But it's only been one referee this week.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Jack.
But that last leg felt
60.
almost reminiscent of the first leg of the match, where Macintosh pulled that double 4 on the back of the 68 combination wildly into the 18, and then Engstrom picked the pieces up. And is that going to be another untimely slip
85.
that sees Engstrom possibly on the cusp of winning the match? And it'd be a win that puts him on to 10 points. And with Johnson taking on McKuen up next, it would mean that the champion may well have to go through the card to go through from this point
140.
onwards.
$98.
Closing in.
140.
140 leaves himself on a finish. Macintosh needs a max to do likewise.
$45. Johan, you require 161.
Trouble 17 if he wanted it, but he didn't have to.
101.
Next best job, he's going to get 2 match darts at tops upon his return.
$100.
Macintosh
Johan, you
can't get
require
down to a
60.
finish, so this should be as comfortable can be for Engstrom. Maybe not.
Now it's the big 20 that's causing issues. Tops for Engstrom
Game shot.
to
and
put
the
him
match.
on to 10
Johan
points, and look at what
Engstrom.
it means to Johan Engstrom. He's been pumped up throughout the course of the day. Saturday night is very much in his view now. He gets a better Jan Macintosh by 4 legs to 2. He's closing in, he feels, an 83-86 average and 4 out of 14 on the doubles to him. Macintosh a 155 finish. It's the Swede that gets the better of the Pharaoh by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Johnson against McKuen. A very good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where the champion Jim McKuen is in a bit of trouble in terms of qualification through to tomorrow night's final. The Scottish star finds himself in fourth position of the table on 4 points, and this is the final game of the 7th round of matches. I'm Henry Deacon, I'm commentating on the action alongside Dan McCarthy here in the commentary box, and it's been a great day so far as Brett Clayton and Johan Engstrom are concerned.
Yeah, and a pretty average one so far if you're Darren Johnson, because he was beaten soundly by Brett Clayton in his first contest. He's got a tricky-looking game, on paper at least, against Jim McKuen, who picked up the 20 grand prize only a few weeks ago. But I don't know what has changed with McKuen, but he's looked half the player. He's looked a shadow of the player that won that final so convincingly as well. It was a 4-0 success, and it's hard to really, determine what those factors are that have led to this decline in performance.
Well, Jim McKuen will actually say to you that when he won Champions Week, and I interviewed him when he won the week that he won, and I said, some great darts this week, Jim. You're through the Champions Week. How do you feel? And he still said that there was more in the tank, and that's kind of been the mantra with Jim. Very humble champion, and one thing that should be said, no matter what happens today, he's been a great ambassador for the MODUS Super Series. He's held this title in very high regard, and not just his form here in Portsmouth, but in Southampton as well, winning the Champion of Champions event, the last event before we moved into the MODUS Super Series format. He's been a great ambassador for this particular competition, but we know the quality that he has, and we know that he can go on big streaks.
100.
And he says he's going to have to win all 4 if he is to qualify for tomorrow night.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, because it looks like the 3 at the top are making a bit of a march clear, and it's probably going to be 2 from 3. Jim McKuen wants to gate crash
83.
that particular party, and he's playing someone who's above him. So if he can potentially take points out of Darren Johnson's pocket, then he's climbed some of the mountain.
45.
Well, this is how the league table looks. Brett Clayton leads the way on 12 points. Johan Engstrom on 10. They've both played 7 matches. Darren Johnson in his 7th match on 8 points. McKuen in the same circle on 4. Alan Norris has also
84.
completed 7 matches on 4 points. And now Macintosh is bottom of the table, having picked up just a solitary win from his 7 matches so far in Group C.
95.
Top 2 go through to tomorrow night's final, where they'll be joined by Jake McMillan from Group A and 3 others from Group B, which will be watching with you on Sporty Stuff TV from 10 o'clock this evening. But Darren Johnson, first poker to finish in this opening leg. 1-2-1 for holder throw.
121.
And a 1-2-1 that's been made easier by the sloppiness from Jim McKuen.
85.
Darren Johnson does tee up a single darter. It was a good rescue job from him. Jim McKuen some way back. He's looking for 1-3-3 to leave a ton.
58. Darren, you require 36.
But didn't, and ended up not leaving anything. Double 18.
18.
Well, he can afford to miss at this stage, but he would have far rather missed outside than inside, because double 9, you go inside on that, you end up having to burn a dart, and it can all get scrappy
59.
and scruffy.
Darren, you require 18.
But it's clean as a whistle for Darren Johnson as he leads by a leg to 0. Scoring was his big problem against Brett Clayton in his opening match, an average of just under 78.5. He only had 3 opportunities at a double. He did find one of them against the Shredder.
97.
McKuen missed doubles was the story of his day yesterday. He actually missed 50 darts at a double throughout the course of the session.
100.
One of 224 misses all told, and I calculate every single one of them. It was a messy notepad.
But a worthwhile exercise.
140.
Means we're going to go and buy a new notepad.
81.
Although Friday is the most stressful day here at the Super Series.
55.
Players vying for qualification spots through to tomorrow night's final. Another day where we'll be getting the abacuses out, or the permutations will be at play, or hand
60.
in hand. Well, you haven't had a permutation stress yet, have you, Dan?
No, I feel like I should be doing some sort of little mental arithmetic tests in between
81.
games. Just loosen the mind up a little bit. But you're so good at counting, Henry. I might just par that off to you.
I've seen that bus.
80.
And McKuen here has got 6 darts at 1-8 to level this game up at 1 apiece. So doesn't have to go chasing this if he doesn't want to. All about setting it up here. Oh, it's a ball to leave tops. Johnson looking for 140 to leave that exact same target.
Yeah, it's academic now, but I wonder if he hit the treble, whether he might just have gone for it anyway, because he looks like he needs something to light the fire almost, Jim McKuen. Been very flat, not just today, but the entire week. Could be a good guide. And again.
Game shot on the second
Third
leg.
time of asking, Jim McKuen hits tops.
You could have put a mortgage on McKuen hitting that tops away those first 2 darts laid on the bed. Lovely little guy just to cushion it off.
55.
If you're Johan Engstrom, who are you wanting to win this game? Engstrom currently on 10, Johnson 8, McKuen 4. Do you want Chucky
45.
charging behind you, or do you want Darren Johnson on your coattails?
It's tough, really, because if Jim McKuen wins, there's another potential
100.
entrant into the picture. And if he loses, then it might just be 2 from 3. But Darren Johnson gets the win. He's only going to be behind Engstrom on legs difference. The short answer is I don't know.
Bent sat on.
Feel the splinters.
180.
Max for Johnson. His first of the match. His first of the day.
41.
Middle of the third leg, Jim McKuen is averaging sub 70.
134.
And that will be a worry for him.
Johnson's got to think here. I've got an opportunity to get McKuen out of the equation, and I want to try and do it as quickly as possible. He's left double 16 after 12 here to go 2-1 up, and he's building ahead of steam here is Darren Johnson. 2-1 to the good, 13 darter there, and McKuen is in a world of trouble.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on. $100.
Rueful shake of the head. He knows it hasn't happened for him this week. And I know he took good pride in the fact that he wanted to try and defend this title. Try and do what Luke Littler did. And win it successively if he could. But this is more like it.
140.
Still a good visit. Despite the fact that Johnson is comfortably outperforming Jim McKuen in terms of the raw numbers, he's still just about holding on. We've seen this week that he's tended to be very strong on his own throw.
140.
But this is a much better leg for McKuen. He's left to finish after 9 to
96.
Have this game up at 2 apiece on the back of the 13 from Darren Johnson in the previous. It's going to be a dart at double 14. To level up at 2 apiece, it doesn't go. And so Johnson here looking for the fish that will put him on the hill and get himself a break of throw.
Well, Jim McKuen showed Darren Johnson the maximum respect by going for the 11th segment. Even though Johnson was on a big fish, the
Jim, you require 28.
odds and the probabilities indicated it wasn't going to go. McKuen on double 14, he's a long way away.
Game shot on the fourth
Makes
leg.
double
Jim
7
McKuen.
look like a piece of cake, and it's such a good adjustment. Having missed the double 14 by such a margin, going down for double
Fifth leg,
7,
it's
which
Darren to throw
any
first.
dart player will tell you is
Game
one of
on.
their least favourite doubles. Good stuff from McKuen.
Yeah, full credit's got to go to him there. 14 dart leg that in the last. On the back of what was a poor start to the match. And one thing that he can do is really dig in. He loves the heat of battle. And he has a never quit attitude. And he continues to go through the gears and up the levels of his first max of the match.
100.
Will the real Jim McKuen stand up and be counted?
$95.
Credit where credit's due. Darren Johnson hasn't downed the performance either. He's averaging just a shade under 95.
60.
McKuen here has wrestled the throw in the 5th. And if he can find a break, he'll throw for the match. It feels like a crucial match because it feels like it could well be
140.
the one that determines who's going to be the biggest challenger to Johan Engstrom.
And it would be a perfect indication
30.
of how volatile the Super Series format
Jim, you
is.
require
Darren Johnson
86.
came in today, 2 today, as the man to beat. Suddenly 2 losses from 2. Qualification would be on a knife edge. That step across.
54.
Really be any closer with the second attempt at double 16.
So Johnson here hoping that there's a McKuen miss.
94.
25% on the
Jim, you
doubles in this
require
game is Chucky.
32.
Back-to-back 14 darts if he can find it with this dart. 15 will do.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth
finds
leg.
it, clatters it off the
McKuen.
barrel of the second, and McKuen gets a break, which means he's now throwing for the match. A victory which would put him within 2 points of
Sixth leg,
Johnson
it's Jim to
and would
throw
keep him
first.
just in amongst
Game
the
on.
periphery of Johan Engstrom on 10.
If you're Darren Johnson, those are the worst legs to lose almost when you're watching your opponent struggle on the outer ring, and then with the last dart in hand,
123.
they plant it where they want it. And that was one of the best 1, 2, 3 visits you're likely to see, because the first start was so way off
85.
course. For McKuen to rescue it, the 2 treble pickoff. Really in the box seat now. Group C could about to be blown wide open.
And this game really has come to life from a
140.
real Earth-like surface. The first couple of legs were a little bit scrappy, but then from the third leg onwards, 13 dart to Johnson, 14 dart to
9.
McKuen, 15 dart to McKuen. Well, that was a grimace on the face of Darren Johnson, wasn't it, if I've ever seen one?
A firm snatch of the darts out of the board. Nothing snatchy about Jim McKuen there. It's something we've accused him of at times this week.
40.
Darren
Jim, you
Johnson's
require
head looks
58.
like it's gone. Jim McKuen for an 11 darter for an invaluable victory. Jim McKuen wants tops.
18.
Well, even if he doesn't get it with the next 3 darts, he'll still have another chance after that. That is how dominant he's been in this leg.
55. Jim,
Well, the
you
white
require
flag's been
40.
waved, hasn't it? And McKuen is back for tops once again. He's got all the time he wants.
Game shot. On
And
the
Jim
match,
McKuen
Jim
takes
McKuen.
it with the 3rd dart in hand. It was a real fast finish from Chucky, and Darren Johnson's day could not have started any more poorly. A 4-2 defeat against Jim McKuen, who is right back in the race now for Group C qualification. Johnson started the game the better of the two players, but McKuen roared back at him with some excellent darts. Great 180 hitting and scoring as well from the Scotsman. Jim McKuen stays fourth, but he gets 2 more points. Coming up now, we've got Johan Engstrom against Brett Clayton, a clash of the top 2.
Hi there, very good afternoon. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series here on Sporty Stuff TV, where we've completed a couple of rounds of matches here on day 2 of proceedings. This is what's happened so far, and Brett Clayton, who led the way overnight, has had a very impressive start to day 2, winning both of his opening matches. So too has Johan Engstrom. They're now the top 2 in the table. They're going to play in our 7th game coming up very shortly. But before the break, a big win for Jim McKuen, which keeps him in the mix after getting the better of Darren Johnson by 4 legs. Let's have a look and assess the day then of both Clayton and Engstrom. We'll begin with Brett Clayton, who put in the performance of the group so far, an average in excess of 101. He beat Darren Johnson there by 4 legs to 1. As you can see, Darren Johnson not happy with that particular performance, but Clayton getting over the line by 4 legs to 1, average of 90 in that particular encounter. And then, as I say, backed it up quite impressively. A ton topper to complete a ton-topping average game in getting the better of Alan Norris by 4 legs to 0. So the Shredder shredding apart the opposition so far. He's 2 from 2, and he looks like he's possibly now on the cusp of qualification through to Saturday night's final. But Johan Engstrom is giving him quite close competition as well. He's also won the first 2 games. It's been a very sweet Friday for the Sweet Ferret. It began by beating the defending champion Jim McKuen by 4 legs to 1. A real convincing and comprehensive victory, was getting the better of Macintosh in a game where he did have some struggles at times, that has to be said, in and around the doubling region, but he did enough to get the job done, and he really has made a kick on the second day's action here at the Super Series. This tops, rounding off the affair, a 4-2 victory against the Pharaoh. So Those two have been the two perfect players so far today, and it means that they're the top two in the league standings after 2 rounds of fixtures today. Clayton on 12, Engstrom on 10, Johnson on 8, McKuen on 6. It's a fairly uniform table. Everyone 2 points just below the other person amongst them in the table, but it is the top two going toe-to-toe, and there could be some daylight at the top of the table as well, or there could be daylight between second and third. Let's find out. Let's see what happens. Dan in commentary is hello again to Colin Hammond and Dan McCarthy.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Henry. Very uniform indeed, neatly spread apart. More players. It is Brett Clayton, tops the table with 6 wins from 7. He really has looked the part today. 90 average against Darren Johnson was followed by the first Tom Plus average of Group C, 101.90, whitewashing Alan Norris. Didn't actually give Norris a single dart at double in that. Johan Engstrom is a tricky customer, a steady player, wasn't at his best against Jan Macintosh, and that was largely down to the profligacy on the outer ring, just 4 from 14. Brett Clayton, former PDC tour card holder,
Game on.
Came into this looking at the bookies' odds as the closest challenger to Jim McKuen, but McKuen has had an off week. Brett Clayton looks like he's going to pounce. Corin Hammond, this could be the game of the day so far.
Oh, yeah, you're exactly right. I was just thinking the same thing. It makes for a very interesting game because we're either going to see Clayton latch ahead in the table or we're going to put them tied together at the top. So, yeah, definitely one to watch.
Yeah, just doing an early bit of number crunching
60.
because I'm sure I'm going to have to do plenty of that the rest of the afternoon. If Engstrom wins by 3 legs, he'll go top of the table. Virtue of legs difference. Anything else,
80.
Clayton will remain at the top, but give him such a big advantage if he can establish a 4-point gap at the top to his nearest challenger and then pull further clear of those who are third in the table, because
45.
I suppose players don't really mind whether they finish top or second, just as long as they're in one of those top 2 positions.
Yeah, absolutely, because it you know, with having the Group A winner coming back in and then the players from Group B, I mean, they're all going to be tough groups no matter what it is for a Saturday night. So it doesn't really make much difference whether you're first and second. You just want to get through.
Yep, both of these players looking to join
66.
Jake McMillan,
Johan, you require
the
150.
first confirmed participant on Saturday evening. The Captain Canada, as he's known. Very good Group A performance, picking up 22 points from
37
15 games. In a slow start from Clayton, and Engstrom long way in front, already on a finish after 12. See a few occasions yesterday where Clayton started games
Johan,
slowly, but he
130.
quickly got into his stride. If you are going to have an off leg, at least do it when it's not your throw.
Yeah, absolutely. Although he's not going to want Engstrom to get too far in front of
39.
him here, because this is actually the first match that Engstrom's played today holding the darts, like having the first throw. His other 2 games that he has won has been against the darts. So
60. Johan, you require 74.
Might only be 1 dart at double for Engstrom. There'll probably be 1 at the bull now. No, he decided to take the gamble.
34.
Essentially saying to
Brett,
Brett
you
Clayton,
require
147, I don't fancy you for it, mate.
yeah, that is exactly what it's saying.
Clayton came close to proving him wrong.
92. Johan, you require 40.
Good guide. Promise you it was a good guide.
20.
He just didn't use it.
Brett, you require 55.
Well, an opportunity here for an early break for Clayton. Oh, those single numbers proving very
24.
tricky. And sometimes they are the hardest ones on the board. But wouldn't have expected that from Clayton at all. So gives Engstrom the chance to come back now and clean up with this double 10?
Well, missing one single number is bad enough. Missing three is a darting disaster. And Johan Engstrom punishes. It's only a 23 dart hold of throw, but Johan Engstrom has got out of jail.
It's Brett to throw first.
Brett Clayton presented him with a very early Christmas present, because how do you explain 3 single darts missed in a row?
I think you can put that down to nerves. That's the thing that I can say. I mean, obviously both of these players know that this is a tussle for the top of the table, really. So I feel like that just showed there in Clayton's last 3 darts.
Very unexpected
85.
considering what we've seen from him today. Amazing how players thrive on rhythm. Played excellently and beating Alan Norris by 4 legs to 0. He'll have gone off stage. He's come back on it and just needs to try and recalibrate himself almost.
Yeah, and again, it just goes back to that he was obviously feeling confident coming out there in the game against Norris. Already had a firm hand at the top of the table. Knew that Alan was somewhere down near the bottom, so went on there feeling confident to be able to win the match. Knows this one's a little bit more tricky, so that's showing.
100.
Yeah, with all due respect to Alan Norris, Brett Clayton will have approached that match and almost looked at the schedule before play today and thinking, yeah, I can win that one, I can win that one. Against Engstrom, would have maybe thought that's a bit more 50-50.
Yeah.
100. $105.
Good thinking from Clayton, leaves himself a 2-darter. Looked like the misstarts single numbers have fried his brain at all. He's back into the swing of things now.
77.
Which is exactly what he needs to do, is just forget about it and move on.
Puzzling decision from Johan Engstrom to leave the ice cream finish.
56.
Gonna get a pop at it.
Require 99.
19, 2 tops maybe. 2 left. Goes for double 16 instead. Not expected.
Second leg, Johan Engstrom.
But Johan Engstrom pins it, makes it look easy. I was absolutely convinced he was going to go 2 tops. And he's just proven us completely wrong.
To throw first.
Well, I'm sure if he had have got a single 19, he would have gone 2 tops, but figures he could do it in 1 double, so that's the way that he went. $100.
Brett Clayton only lost 1 game in this Group C campaign. It was against Darren Johnson
93.
when he established a 3-0 lead. He'd be the one to mount a comeback here. He's going to have to find something special. Going to have to find a couple of breaks of throw, which in best of 7 format is difficult enough, notwithstanding your opponent hitting 180s.
45. $41.
Not the worst 41 you'll ever see. Trim the 1 off, leaves him
59.
180, so a 140 the target now.
$121.
Trying to throw that one really high to make sure he didn't go anywhere near the treble 20 and ended up floating to the right.
Well, all you can say is it's better than busting.
Yeah, exactly.
85. Johan, you require 59.
For the second leg in a row against the darts, Clayton's been nowhere. Single 12.
Game shot on the third
He gets
leg,
tops.
Johan Engstrom.
Darts is such a weird sport when you consider that these two are the top dogs in Group C.
Fourth leg,
Yeah,
it's
they're
Brett to
making
throw first.
the easy part of the
Game
game,
on.
I say that in quotation marks, look incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
42.
Well, it's all to do from Clayton from here. I mean, it's a difficult hill to climb to come back from 3-0 in such a short format.
96.
The first step is to actually hold his throw in this leg. Get one on the board and go from there.
55.
Not exactly doing a good job of it.
No, there's definitely some tension in his throw. We're not seeing the same player that we saw in his last match, that's for sure.
95.
Rare off performance from Brett Clayton. The game that he did lose against Johnson was mainly down to wastefulness on the doubles. He's just been poor in all departments, really. He's not even had a dart at a double.
45.
Suggests that the scoring is way off. That's exactly what it is.
$140.
From leaves the big fish.
$100.
Really, that was a little bit quicker, Brett
170.
Clayton. He almost wants to get off stage and forget about this performance.
$52.
Another unusual use of the ball there from Engstrom. I mean, he had 143 left after the first two darts, so yeah. But anyway,
95. Johan, you require 118.
now he's back for the 118 to see if he can wrap this up 4-0.
Still 18 for a whitewash and to go top of the table.
98.
And
Brett, you
Engstrom
require 164.
misses the first match dart. Never looked likely, did it?
No. Oh, and the second dart in there. Yeah. Annoying when that happens.
94. Johan, you require 20.
To go top of the Group C table.
Game shot
Statement
and the
victory
match.
from Johan
Johan
Engstrom. And rather unexpected as well. Not the performance per se from Engstrom, but the real drop-off we've seen from Brett Clayton. He averaged 101.90 in beating Alan Norris 4-0. Now being on the wrong end of a whitewash. Look at those numbers, averaging only 74. He didn't even give himself a single dart at a double. He'll be hoping that that was simply an off performance, and the solid Johan Engstrom goes to the top of the Group C table. Coming up next, after the break, we have got Alan Norris against Darren Johnson. He's looking to pounce on Clayton's errors. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series Group C, where we've just had a third player of the day take top spot in the table. Johan Engstrom with a 4-0 victory against Brett Clayton. Both of those players tied together on 12 points, but Engstrom does have a superior legs difference. Coming up now, we've got Norris, has officially been eliminated from the running for Saturday night, along with Macintosh. So he's just playing for pride. Well, Darren Johnson started the day top of the table on 8 points. Now 4 points adrift of both Clayton and Engstrom. We'll be expecting to win this one. But Corinne, because now the pressure is completely off Alan Norris, that could in some way make him a dangerous opponent.
Yeah, absolutely, because you know, he's no longer fighting to be able to qualify through. Now he's, as you said, playing for pride, so can play with a lot more freedom, I would say.
139.
Well, the game that these two had yesterday, it was one of the friendliest games of darts I've ever seen in my life. They were fist bumping each other almost after every
45.
turn. They were very jovial on stage. There is a more serious side to it. If you are Darren Johnson, hasn't played well yet today, averaging just 78.5 in defeat to Brett Clayton, only raising the average to around 84.5. Lost to Jim McKuen, who ended that game really strongly. So Johnson just needs to find any sort of victory, whether it's a 4-3 and he averages sub 70. As long as he's got the 2 extra points, he won't care a jot.
Yeah, exactly. As you mentioned,
46.
he started the day at the top of the table on 8 points. Now he's third in the table and still on 8 points. So yet to have a victory today.
93.
Reminder that only 2 of the 6 go through to finals night. So it is more cutthroat than Group B that we've got coming up at 10 o'clock this evening, where it's 3 from 5.
The
break opportunity for DJ. He stayed up there. First start did look a blocker for the treble 20.
42.
Maybe double-double would have been the more sensible play.
Yeah, if he didn't have a good line of sight over that treble. Needed the 54 there to leave him 32. 68 to
58.
Go.
Darren, you require 54.
Opts for an early break. Double 10.
44. Alan, you require 48.
The theme of the day is continuing for Darren Johnson.
Almost the same hole, I'd say,
Darren,
on the wrong side of the wire there. And double 5 is quite a tricky one.
Shot on the
But
first
not
leg,
for Darren Johnson on this occasion. But yeah, you want to get it first start. Otherwise, it can be a quick trip to double 1. But there's the first breaker throw for Darren Johnson. Leading this match 1-0.
Promise we weren't just looking at a replay. Those 2 misses. It look identical.
81.
Darren Johnson's in front. That's all he'll care about.
$58. 45.
2 players have never historically had a great time of things. MODUS Super Series stage. Johnson would absolutely love to get the victory here this weekend, because he'll be heading to Lakeside the start of December.
55.
Number 14 seed there.
$53.
Moving the ages. No barrier in darts.
100.
Either end of the scale. He's 57 years old now, Darren Johnson, but he's still playing to a really good standard.
100. 100.
See yourself playing at
Alan, you
57,
require
or will darts be a
110.
long gone memory by then?
I would say it'll probably be a long gone memory by then.
54. Darren, you require 120.
This might have to go. Much of that can he see?
Shot on
Well,
the
enough of
second
it
leg,
to plant the
Darren
dart
Johnson.
right into the middle. Fantastic Shanghai finish from Darren Johnson. Gives himself
leg,
a
it's Alan to
two-leg
throw first.
cushion.
Game on.
Well, there's no bumping of fists here in this match so far.
45.
It's almost as if Darren Johnson's thought, well, maybe need to take this a bit
Yeah.
seriously.
$140. 140. 140.
Looking at what's to come. The rest of Group C, it's the penultimate match you're looking at really between Engstrom and Johnson that
140.
really could make all the difference. Brett Clayton's last on will be facing Jan Macintosh, which we would probably regard
60.
as a bit of a gimme for Clayton.
Although if he goes up there with the same performance that he did in the last match, I wouldn't say that anything's a given.
100. Darren, you require
But yes, you are right. I was looking at that
161.
myself, thinking that if Johnson wins this one, he wins his next match, which is against Jan Macintosh, and then it will come down to that
60. Alan,
match
you
between
require
Engstrom
76.
and Johnson.
Double 8 now.
72.
Oh, and just the wrong
Darren, you
side of the
require
wire again.
101.
The chuck, giving Johnson the opportunity for 101. Is he going to go one for tops? No, 9 for 32.
Getting
And
shot on the
finds
third
it
leg. Darren Johnson.
With a 101 checkout and a 3-0 lead for Johnson.
It's a rueful chuckle on the face
Fourth
of
leg.
Chuck.
It's Darren to throw first.
And that's 7 legs he's lost in a row
Game
now.
on.
Didn't get a single dart at double. Defeat to Brett Clayton. He had 4 here. Missed them all.
81.
Scoring wise, it's not been too bad. The average is in the mid 80s. He's had a maximum, a few 140s as
100.
well. Can be as big a power scorer as you want.
83.
Form's poor on the outer ring. You're never ever going to win anything.
That is exactly correct.
97.
So they say scores for show and doubles for dough.
$60. 125. 121.
Game is in the palm of Darren Johnson's hand right now. Stay down
95.
there, he does.
Darren, you require 156. 85. Alan, you require 84.
Well rescued. Martino treble. Leaves the bullseye.
59. Darren, you require
The line was
71.
good. The weight just a little bit off.
Game shot. And the
Perfect
match,
bullseye from Darren
Johnson.
First start at single foot wasn't a good one. It forced him to go and hit that bullseye, but he certainly obliged. Gets the handshake from Alan Norris. Now they can have a laugh with each other. Alan Norris just explaining his frustrations to Darren Johnson. And look at that. 4 legs lost in a row, yet he averages higher than the man who's just won. Yorkshireman keeping himself very much in contention for Group C glory. Goes up to 10 points now, just a couple behind Johan Engstrom and Brett Clayton. Coming up now, we've got Jim McKuen in action as he looks to stay in touch with the Group C leaders. He's facing Jan Macintosh.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the defending champion Jim McKuen is in peril. Defeat here to Jan Macintosh, and his defence of the title that he picked up a few weeks ago will be over. Chucky is on the cusp. He's on the brink, but usually the MODUS Super Series 5 champion finds his best when in predicament. You may well see some of the best starts as a consequence of that up against the 41-year-old Jan Macintosh from Tórshavn, the Faroe capital, and former Euro Cup quarter-finalist. Janko
First
may
leg,
well
it's
be
Jim to throw first.
one who
Game
finishes
on.
McKuen off, but McKuen will fight until the very last dart. And joining me for every single dart of this one, hello again, Corinne.
Hello, Henry. Welcome back.
Nice to be back as we head towards the
81.
final frontiers of the day, and everybody really putting in some big performances. Johan Engstrom there against Brett Clayton. And then before the break, Darren Johnson, who we did have 1 or 2 question marks about, didn't we? And that's a big win against Alan Norris, who himself played well in that match.
36.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just, you know, a couple of missed opportunities from Norris there, and Johnson capitalised on them, and plus 2 ton finishes in that match as well, a 120 and a 101. So, yeah, he's still
34.
keeping himself in the mix there.
Very much so. As far as the league table is concerned, Engstrom and Clayton both level on 12 points. Johnson now just in behind on 10, which is why McKuen at this point needs to win to stay in.
100.
Mathematical touch of the top two. Remember that go through to Saturday night's final here at the Super Series. I'd say that was unlucky, but that was heading into the treble 5 as well.
Still would have rathered a treble 5 than on the floor, Henry.
The only time you prefer a dart on the floor is if you hit single one on the back of a 100 checkout first dart.
41.
Yes.
Are we looking at two players here who have played the whole week and maybe fatigue is just beginning to creep in?
It could be,
100.
but I mean, McKeown's been here many times before, and he is a Super Series champion, so he knows the drill. He knows what he's up against. I do tend to think that maybe he's put an undue amount of
45.
pressure on himself to be able to back up his most recent performance here at the Super Series, and it's just not going the way that he would like it to. And then, you know, no one is a bigger critic of yourself than yourself.
125.
Then it just all goes wrong.
You've been a champion on more than one occasion, Cohen, so you know what it's like to defend the title. When you go into that moment, how can it almost be as difficult as winning it the first time, because you've got that expectation on the shoulders.
Jimmy
You're the
require
centre of attention.
126.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I mean. Because particularly when you're defending, you know, the same title, that pressure is on you because you've done it before. You've shown that you can do it before. You know you can do it. So you have that expectation of yourself to be able to go out there and do it again. And sometimes when it doesn't start going that way, you're putting that undue amount of pressure on yourself. And it's frustrating.
135. Jimmy require 36.
It's been a frustrating first leg, but he may well have it in his leisure if he can find double 18. And now across the board, Rod Hamilton calls it the tricky switch to double 9, but it was no problem for Jim McKuen as he takes the lead by a leg to nil. Chucky is off the mark.
Second leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on.
Remember, it is win to stay in for
140.
McKuen in this match.
You kind of think that the whole way through the group tables, though, you're always thinking when to stay in, when to stay in, when to stay in. But now it really is, you know, down to that cutthroat time for him. And as the Super Series is very unique in the way that the format's run here, because most events that you'll find
60.
that are played with darts, it's a straight knockout. You don't get a chance to keep on playing. There's not many round robin formats that are getting around. So you can't have that instinct all the time anyway. But then here,
100.
You've got that luxury, I think, I guess, of, you know, you could lose a match here or there, but still be in it. But all players go out with that mentality. If I win all my games, I'll be fine.
Can there be a danger, though, after 5 days of playing
40.
group stage action, you become almost comfortably numb to that knockout element?
Yeah, I guess so. That can happen too, because, I mean, obviously, as you know, on our finals night, same thing. You've got the knockout again, but, you know, much more cutthroat in the fact that there's only 3 players in each of those round robin groups per se.
McKuen threatening the break of throw in this second leg.
108.
But Macintosh there, the max, has tried to quash all kind of hopes and thoughts of that. Well, this has been a game
42.
of 2 contrasting legs. The
Yanni
first one,
require
both players
81.
struggled out the gate, but this second one, both have just upped it a little bit. Macintosh 81 here. Double up at 1 apiece, has a glance over McKeown's score and being left on a finish on 138. Treble 15 leaves 17.
65. Jimmy require 138.
Only just made it into the one with that last start as well. So he's left himself 16. The big ask of McKuen here on the 138. Not going to see it happen. So Macintosh is back with a chance to get himself level on the board.
16.
And Jan Macintosh this time on the right side of history as he goes for double 8. Finds it to
Getting
level
shot
up
on
at
the
one
second
apiece
leg,
now.
Jan McIntosh.
On 81, 19 first dart elected against the possibility of the bullseye at the end of the
Third
turn.
leg, it's Jim
McKuen
to
was
throw
left on
first.
138, and
Game on.
we'll remember what happened back in 1983.
Do we, Henry? I do know what you're referring to, but I don't think I actually remember it from
55.
1983.
Keith Deller in that famous World Championship final against Eric Bristow. The famous commentary line from Sid Waddell. Bristow played the percentages, Deller did the business. McIntosh played the
45.
percentages and did the business, and levels up at 1-1.
$60.
Interesting fact about the Faroe Islands, Corin.
Oh, do tell, Henry.
It has 18 volcanic islands.
Really?
82.
Plenty of geezers there.
$100.
Have you been waiting all day for that?
Jimmy Carr wasn't available.
43.
But the Faroe Islands have actually this week become the 27th
100.
different nation to play at the MODUS Super Series. And of the 27 nations that have played in this tournament, 13 of them have made it through to a Champions Week.
Well, that's excellent.
81.
And I'm very pleased to report that an Australian has been a champion of the Super Series. So I feel well represented.
Yeah, Australia represented by Raymond Smith in Series 2, and he picked up the jackpot back in
130.
January. This is the man who most recently won the jackpot, and he needs to win this match to keep alive those ambitions of possibly doing it again in Series 6. He needs 56 to take a 2-1 lead in this match.
81. Jimmy require 56.
Well, he's going to have at least 6 starts at it, so he doesn't need to get it in this shot, although I'm sure he'll be very happy to do it in this next start. Maybe this one? 2 10s.
46.
Oh, just inside the wire there, but we'll be back for 5s.
McIntosh not on a finish, and if he sets up here and McKuen goes inside on this double 5, things could get very precarious very quickly.
81. Jimmy require 10.
The battle of the Mooks. And it's a
Shot
Mook
on the
hit to
third leg,
McKuen. He
Jim
leads
McKuen.
2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Jan to throw
Dan
first.
McCarthy was in this seat. Would have had a bit of
Game
a
on.
treble threat in this commentary box. But who's going to get the McW, Corinne, in this one?
140.
I have no words, Henry. Look, I really don't. Let's just watch the game in front of us, shall we?
A game that McKuen leads 2-1.
45.
I say win to stay in because the table looks like this. Engstrom 12, Clayton 12, Johnson 10. McKuen left on 8, fourth in the table. In the bottom half of the table.
100.
Now you can't see Jim's name here, but this is the 3 bullets he's got to dodge if he's going to make his way into tomorrow night's final.
125.
Remember the last time we commentated on Group C together, Colin? We had a massive resurgent
100.
run towards the end involving the likes of Rob Grundy.
Did we? I don't actually remember, Henry. I'm not going to pretend like I do. I've slept since then.
99. Jan, you require
6 starts here from
161.
161 for McIntosh to level this up at 2-2.
$60.
Well, he is still on for what we like to call the red pen leg. Finishing in 15.
140. Jan, you require 101.
It's a beat for 2-2 and for parity.
Needs the 54. Can't find it.
53.
So opportunity
Jim, you
here
require
for
92.
McKuen to make a break.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jim
And a
McKuen.
break here, Cruz, in the space of 15. He breaks the Macintosh throw. He leads 3-1. And not just a win does McKuen need.
Fifth leg,
He could
it's
do
Jim
with
to
a big
throw
one as
first.
well.
Game on.
Because there is quite a disparity in terms of the legs difference. If he can win this 4-1, he move on to -1.
100.
With the likes of Johnson on +6, Clayton +9, and Engstrom +12.
Still quite a ways to go for him yet, but not impossible.
135.
The old saying, stranger things have happened.
I bet that comes up a lot while you're around, Henry.
140.
1-0 Hammond.
I think in our running
100.
tally, it'd be a lot more than that.
Anyway, it's because you bring the best or the
60.
worst out of McKuen. I've not really distinguished that yet.
I'm not really sure. I don't think it's your best.
$125.
I needed that last treble there. Leaves him on a finish. McKuen here looking to set up for the match. 201 points away.
Oh, that one doesn't help.
41.
Not able to find
you
a treble
require
with his last start there, but
141.
still a finish. Let's see what Macintosh can do with this 141. Well, we're not going to see that.
95.
Cleaned it
Jim,
up
you
nicely,
require
though.
160.
In a game, he has to win to stay in. He's not going to take out a 160 to complete the job. And so Macintosh for a break into
60.
bring it back on throw
Jan,
at
you require
3-2.
46.
46. Alex double 18. Now double 9.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it.
fifth leg. Jan Macintosh.
Gets the break back. It's back on throw. It's back to 3-2. Another 15
Sixth
data,
leg,
but
it's Jan to
importantly in
throw
this
first.
passage of play, as you
Game
mentioned
on.
a little bit earlier on, yes, McKuen needs to win to mathematically stay in, but realistically, he's got to win big.
He does. Because if he gets
85.
tied on points with one of the other players, it will be more than likely that he would then lose out because he would be so far behind in the leg difference.
Just a reminder to those of you new to the Super Series, if the players are
83.
tied on points, the distinguishing factors are legs difference followed by legs 1. Now, if those imposters are just as equal, then we'll go down to the head-to-head records. Now, if that is equal,
140.
we'll go down to the averages across the 10 games. And if that's equal, well, I'll just go home.
I
So
mean,
let's play.
yeah, the chances of that
100.
happening, all of those things being equal about, I don't know, 10 million to 1.
If that happens, I'll river dance on
40.
the stage or something.
And no one wants to see that.
$100.
On there for McKuen, but Macintosh on top in this sixth leg, and he may well have turned the screw in this match, and we may well be heading to a last leg decider here. And that would be the difference as to whether Jim stays in or he may well
100.
be heading for home.
We haven't had many last leg deciders in this session, have we? The first game of the day, but I don't think we've had another one since then.
83.
Not since. We had 8
Jan, you
yesterday.
require 136.
We're overdue one. Macintosh has already had a 155 today. He found the 136. We're out of the top
92.
2 ton plus finishes of the
Jim,
day
you
thus
require
far.
135.
McKuen to win the match and to stay in the race. 135.
Needed that treble 15 to leave top.
75. Jan, you require 44.
So it's within Macintosh's grasp here to level up this match and take us to a decider.
Two eights to save it.
Gets
2
on
eights
the
bound,
sick
and we
leg,
go
Jan
all the way.
Macintosh.
3-3 it is. Huge leg for Jim McKuen. His title defence is very much on the line here.
7th
Win.
and final leg. It's Jim to
And he
throw
stays
first.
in the race.
Game on.
Loses. And the Super Series 5 champion will depart the scene.
60.
It would mean that only Luke Littler has successfully defended this title. Conor Whitehead was eliminated in group stage action in Series 2. Raymond Smith is the lineal champion. He didn't defend it in Series 3. Littler defended it successfully in Series 4, but was then knocked out in the semi-finals on the Saturday in Series 5 to Sebastian Białecki. McKuen needs to win this match, needs to win this leg if he is going to keep the hopes
140.
flickering. That 140 helps.
$100.
Well, Macintosh is not making it easy for him. He's staying in grasp here. A 2 treble visit is what McKuen really needs to kind of get some breathing space in the leg.
96.
It would have been a prize scalp for Jan Macintosh, but it looks like McKuen is going to have at least a stay of execution.
101.
So dramatic, Henry.
9 darts thrown in the 7th leg, tied at 3-3, both on
90.
205. You could not have asked for it to be any tighter if you tried. Ewan's going to get the first poke of a finish at 115.
100.
Macintosh against
Jimmy
the darts has
require
left himself on
115.
105 after 4 visits.
Oh, and he did not want that single 7. Means that he can't finish in 2 darts. So Macintosh will get the opportunity
43.
to take out this match.
Jan, you require 105.
105 to send the champ packing. Treble 15. Tops.
85.
And McKuen has one more life.
Jimmy requires 72.
72. Double 12. To keep Chucky chucking.
66.
But he might well be sent
Jan,
packing.
you require 20.
Macintosh wants double 10.
Game
And
shot
Jim
and the
McKeown's
match.
defence
Jan
of the
Macintosh.
MODUS Super Series title has come to a shuddering halt as Jan Macintosh gets the better of Jim McKuen by 4 legs to 3. McKuen, who has been a superb ambassador as champion of the MODUS Super Series, but the defence of that title has now mathematically come to an end. What a champion he has been, but what a result for Jan Macintosh. A 4-3 victory there. Coming up after the break, Alan Norris against Johan Engstrom. It's a 3-horse race now. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen the defending champion Jim McKuen knocked out of contention for Saturday night's final. He was beaten before the break by Macintosh by 4 legs to 3. McKuen, who had an opportunity to win that match, couldn't take it, and so he will depart the champion from Series 5. This is how the table looks then, following 3 rounds of fixtures. It's a 3-horse race now for 2 spots, and 3 doesn't fit into 2. Johan Engstrom on 12 points, Brett Clayton on the same figure, and Darren Johnson just in behind on 10 points. And it is Johan Engstrom, the man at the top of the table, who we're going to see in action now. He takes on Alan Chuck Norris, who finds himself at the bottom of the pile now following that win for Jan Macintosh. As for Johan Engstrom, we saw signs yesterday that he was just coming to life at the Super Series, and today, Corinne, it's fair to say that he really has set the standard alight.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's doing what he needs to do. And to be top of the table at this point, well, it's kind of his to lose from here, isn't it?
The 2 key factors as well, as far as Johan Engstrom is concerned, is he's not just ahead on the legs difference bracket, but also legs 1. If we get to that particular point, he has a gains jump on Darren Johnson in that particular respect. But we've already seen spoilers in this group. Yeah, Macintosh accounted for Jim McKuen. May Alan Norris potentially do the same for Johan Engstrom here?
Anything is possible.
81.
You've been spending too much time with Rod Studd.
60.
Alan, who isn't fully a professional darts player anymore, he actually decided the time was right for him to
95.
on a day-to-day job. Delivery driver now by trade is Alan Norris. If you order a pizza in his part of the world, then you may well see
60.
a former World Championship finalist on your doorstep.
$95. 100.
That's for Norris, just lighting up the blue touch paper. It was a tepid start to this leg for Chuck.
$100. Alan, you require 160.
Both players on mid-range finishes after 4 visits in this opening leg. Norris first on the 116, isn't going to take it out, and so Engstrom here on the 130. Just 1 treble needed for a poke at the ball.
38. Johan, you require 130.
Went for the double 19 there with his last start to leave himself tops. Couldn't find it. Meanwhile, Engstrom's trying to find the bull here. Sorry, treble 20 to leave him the bull.
105.
Just misses that bullseye in the end. So Norris back for 78 to take out this opening leg. Finds the treble 18, and so double 12.
54.
Doesn't go, and so Engstrom's going to get another couple of opportunities
25.
to mop up this opening leg against Fro. He's dropped just 3 legs all day, Johan Engstrom.
1.
But he may well drop a 4th here,
Alan, you require
and may well find
24.
himself 1-0 down to Alan Norris. Bound 1-0 to Norris, and
Alan Norris.
it is, of course, the Players' Championship Finals this week at the
Second
fabulous
leg, it's
Minehead
Johan to throw
Resort.
First. Game on.
And Alan Norris hit the first ever 9-darter at the Players' Championship Finals at Minehead. On stage 2.
85.
Was it really the first one ever?
At the Players' Championship Finals.
Well, there you go. Learn something new every day.
100.
I knew you liked my stats.
There's got to be something, Henry.
And of course, the Players' Championship finals, a tournament won by our good friend and colleague, Mr. Paul Nicholson.
180.
Mervyn King in that final back at the Circus Tavern in 2010.
96. 96.
We say that Fallon Sherritt smashed the glass ceiling. Paul Nicholson broke the glass when it came to that particular trophy.
He did, didn't he? He did break it.
43. Johan, you require 140.
Well, this, following the break from Engstrom in the first leg, this would be to level up at 1 apiece.
100.
Squares up for tops. Tops after 12.
43.
Going along very nicely.
Johan, you
Average just
require
under 94 for Johan Engstrom. And if he can find this tops level, we are at 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
14
Johan
darter will
Engstrom.
do. Of course, Engstrom had the opportunity to break in the first leg. The opportunity came and went. Norris picked up the pieces, but Engstrom
Third
there
leg,
just
it's
way
Allen
too
to
strong
throw
for Norris
first.
in the second.
Game on. $90. 100.
I wonder how many people have tweeted in about the heroes and villains thing.
Oh, I don't know, Henry.
95.
You'll have to have a look.
Funny enough, my phone has got no notifications on it.
180.
Talking about flashy, that was a flashy shot from Engstrom.
96.
He really is finding a purple patch when it matters. His
95.
average is 99 on the nose. He's left 126 after 9 to get the break from Norris here on the back of a 4-0 victory against his closest
50.
contender in
Johan,
this
you
group,
require
Brett
126.
Clayton, last time out. This 126 then to break the throw and go 2-1 up. Can't find the treble. And so Norris is looking to go fishing in the Super Series lake.
58. Alan, you require 170.
Looks so I was a bit undecided which way he was going to go there with 88 left and a dart in hand. But we're not going to see the big fish on this occasion. So Engstrom will be
55.
back for
Johan,
68.
you require 68.
68, 4 break. Double 4.
Game shot on the
Just
third leg.
sneaks
Johan
into that bottom
Engstrom.
corner, but it's yet another 14 dart leg for Johan Engstrom. His average just under 96
Fourth
and a
leg,
half.
it's Johan to
And
throw
it feels
first.
like now he's just got that way bit too
Game
much of
on.
Alan Norris. He leads 2-1, does the Swede. Against a former Swede. Alan Norris once
58.
represented Sweden, or was playing under the Swedish flag. Played in that part of the world many, many moons
140.
ago now on the then BDO circuit. Could probably call Alan Norris the United Nations with the amount of countries he represented.
81.
Nowadays based in Scotland.
83.
So are we saying that he's Scottish now?
I don't get involved in these types of things. You be what
100.
you want to be, and I won't question it. It'd be just a story of life, shouldn't it? Just live and let live.
100.
Nation name's Henry Deacons. They had a coverage box with Corey Hammond.
15.
Although it went wrong for Engstrom on that shot, couldn't find any target that he was aiming for. Meanwhile, Norris is starting to find the target here. 98 there to leave himself 80.
And importantly as well, this is on the Engstrom darts, and this could be where this game perhaps just
45.
seesaws somewhat.
Alan, you require 80.
Yeah, it could. And then it would make Engstrom's last match of this session very interesting against Darren Johnson.
45.
Wayward last start there from Norris as well.
Just a bit of a rub of the back. And it looks like he's going to another set of darts. Now, we do see him chop and change the equipment a fair bit.
130. Alan, you require 35.
35. Double 10. Just squeezes in.
Shot on the
Just
fourth leg,
squeezes
Alan
in.
Norris.
And he gets the break back. We return to throw at 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Well, we said at the start of this game that Alan Norris will want to play the role of
45.
spoiler. He's brought the game back on throw, and Johan Engstrom could well be embroiled here.
48.
And are we about to see a string of last leg deciders as well?
Why not?
55.
Might as well.
Go on then.
Get our money's worth.
Oh, yeah. We like tungsten tension coming.
Of course we do, Henry.
Amongst the tungsten
100.
tussles. We'll have a look at the tungsten table and see whether it changes the tungsten tide.
100.
I've got rid of the tungsten teas, you'll be happy to know.
Okay.
100.
Key passage of play. Next 6 darts could be crucial potentially in the running of this match.
85.
Slip with the last dart there for Norris has opened up the door for Engstrom. And he's finding the lipstick.
99.
And he's first to a finish against the throw, but how handy can Norris leave this?
$84. Johan, you require 154.
Well, he was looking for a treble 19 there. His first starts, 2 of them would have left him tops. He's found it with the second one now. Gives him 78.
130.
And he finds a 54. Left himself 24,
Alan,
which
you
seems to
require
be quite a favoured double of
132.
his as well.
At first, it's not tops. He may well find another friend, but Norris misses the bullseye segment completely, and so cannot finish off the turn. And so Engstrom is going to come back.
52.
As they'd say at Wimbledon, this is break
24.
point. And then Engstrom will be serving for the match.
Game shot on the
And he
fifth leg.
finds the double
Johan
6.
Engstrom.
He finds the green, and he may well be in the red in this match. He's on the hill. He leads 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on.
Victory here for Engstrom would mean that he's on 14 points. Mathematically, all Darren Johnson can get to is 14 himself.
134.
But the beauty of how this group is occupying itself Darren Johnson plays Jan Macintosh. And if
45.
DJ can get the better of the Pharaoh, then the second to last game is Johan Engstrom against Darren Johnson. He'd be on the cusp, but he wouldn't be confirmed.
96.
Yes, and in between all that, you've still got Brett Clayton with 2 games left to play. One against Jim McKuen.
70.
And the last match of the session, Jan Macintosh.
And I just wonder, Jim McKuen, if he knows the situation in hand, whether he could be an even more dangerous player, because if he can't get through, then he'd love to spoil it for somebody else.
Yeah, he could be a great spoiler.
No better spoiler than the defending champion.
100. Johan, you require 145.
He's got the luxury of time here, Johan Engstrom, to complete the job. 145 for 4-2 victory, which will move him on to 14 points. Treble 15. Leaves a dart at tops. Norris nods his head in the background because there was only one eventuality. Johan Engstrom really strengthens his grip on a place on Saturday night, and look at the exhale there. He knows how pivotal them 2 points can be because he's on the cusp. A big performance, an average of 93.87, 4 from 9 on the finishes, and he also fires in a 145 checkout to win the match. He beats Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2. Coming up next, Brett Clayton against Jim McKuen.
Welcome back to Group C in the MODUS Super Series this afternoon, where we've just seen showstopper 145 checkout from Johan Engstrom to beat Alan Norris by 4 legs to 2. That puts him top of the table now. A bit of a legs difference cushion to Brett Clayton, who's about to get in action once again. He underperformed in his last match against Engstrom, dropping an average of over a ton to under 75, whitewashed by the Swede. Could do with a big win
First
here
leg, it's
against
Brett
the
to
now
throw first.
eliminated Jim McKuen,
Game on.
who's not going to be heading to finals night and therefore not going to give himself a chance to defend his Champion of Champions title. Coin, I think we're expecting a lot more from Clayton,
68.
a big improvement from last time.
Yeah, absolutely. But, he's up against McKuen here, who you don't really know how this is going to go, because sometimes players, when they know they're out, they play with more freedom, and then you get the greatest performance from
70.
them that you've seen, basically throughout the session. Or it can go the other way, where they think, I'm out, I can't really be bothered. I'm just going to roll the arm over and see what happens.
96.
So I think that also puts Clayton in a bit of a position where he doesn't really know what he's going to expect from McKuen either.
Yeah, an eliminated player could be a dangerous one. So we'll have to wait and see which version of
100.
Jim McKuen comes to the party. And who's been very frustrated with himself for 5 consecutive days now. I think he just wants to get this over and done with and
81.
head back north to Scotland. Just get this one out of his system. Brett Clayton has no such intentions of leaving the party. He wants to advance through the Saturday night and go
100.
one better, or even 2 better than last time when he reached the semi-finals, as McKuen lands a 180 and rise to the prospect of a really good performance.
85. Jimmy require 151.
20 then. Treble 17. Options with 74 left. Going to go treble 18.
131.
Brett Clayton might start to worry if Jim McKuen breaks the throw early.
41. Jimmy require 20. Game shot on the first leg. Jim McKuen.
Well, it's not what Clayton wanted. A far from ideal start. Another sluggish start as well,
Second leg,
averaging
it's Jim
around
to throw
74,
first.
which is pretty
Game
much
on.
on par with last time.
Yeah, so maybe this is the Clayton we're going to see for the rest of the afternoon. It gets really quite frustrating when you're
29.
trying so hard and they just aren't going, where you want them to go or where they have been going, before. So,
And it must be doubly frustrating.
140.
Nearly lands a 180 when he looks back at his performances today and thinks it was a matter of 2 hours ago I was averaging over a ton.
yeah.
58.
All well and good looking back at games, different days where the performances fluctuate, but Brett Clayton has shown already today that he is a top quality player.
134.
Well, he's off to a good start in this leg, and I think that could really work in his favour here. One good leg under his belt, and he's going to start to feel that confidence come back.
134.
Yeah, it's been a fine response from the shredder. Looking to shred the lead of Johan Engstrom at the top of the table to just legs difference. Best possible prospect now
57.
would be for him to win by 4 legs to 1. Kind of put him 2 legs behind on the legs difference counter to Engstrom. Darren Johnson still in the picture as well. Still I look to that penultimate game, the
60.
afternoon session where he faces Engstrom.
Right, you
But
require 170.
Johnson does have to get the job done against Jan Macintosh first to make a battle of it.
28.
The D- setup shot from Brett Clayton.
Yeah, he did make a bit of a mess of that, but and thinking, not really so much harm done, but a 180 here from
180.
McKuen, and suddenly
Right, you
the
require
pressure for the
142.
142 is absolutely on, and yeah, made a mess of that too.
50. Jim, you require
He was
40.
light years in front of McKuen. Just 9 darts ago. Double 10.
20.
Jim McKuen lets him off the hook.
Brett, you require 92.
Safe route. Double 16.
60. Jimmy require 20. Game shot on the second
Jim
leg.
McKuen goes
Jim
2-0
McKuen.
up. And I think the real concern, if you are Brett Clayton, is that he's not just missing,
Third
he's
leg,
missing
it's Brett to throw
erratically.
first.
It's not like they're clipping
Game
the
on.
wire.
No, and even, yeah, well, not just with that dart at a double at the 32 that he had there, but with his scoring, it's either
60.
right on or it's way off.
What's going through the mind of Jim McKuen right now? Just a few games ago, beat Darren Johnson 4-2 and
45.
gave himself a chance to get back in the race. Then he faltered against Jan Macintosh. He is out of the running, so it's
121.
purely a 3-horse race now between Engstrom and Johnson. The man who's 2-0 down here.
$140. $100.
It is going to make the rest of this afternoon's session very interesting with the matches that we have left to play. There will only be one, what I guess you could refer to as a dead rubber between McKuen and Alan Norris coming up. But
42.
the other 3 matches all involve the 3 that are at the top of the table here. So, yeah, not really at a point where we can actually say this is what the outcome's going to be.
60.
Exactly what we want. We want it to go all the way. Put the players through as much pain as possible, make them work.
And they can all think about how if they just won all their other
100.
matches, they wouldn't be in this
Brett,
position.
you require 160.
Another one there.
140.
Good setup.
Oh, 140.
Controversial
Brett, you require
last start
20.
there from McKuen. Staying with the treble 20.
$10.
Well, Brett Clayton, he's almost out of
Jimmy
practice on the
require
doubles because he
34.
didn't get any against Johan Engstrom. Now, 4 misses from 4. Ewan's going straight for double 17. Be a good hit.
17. Brett,
You
you
kind of feel
require
like he
10.
just left that 34 thinking that he wasn't going to get another shot.
Game shot on the third leg. Brett Clayton.
I think that was a relieved exhale of the cheeks there from Clayton.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Hit 2 of these 180s.
121.
That's just the third dart. It's a good start to the leg from McKuen. Purely playing for pride at this stage.
42. $40.
I've seen enough of Jim McKuen this week to look at the action, and it seems like 1 in every 3 darts, he's snatching them horribly. He's going forward and then whipping his arm across. And
100.
I think that's partly why some of the arrows have been so erratic from him. That's a good first start. That's a good second out. He's about to prove me wrong, isn't he?
That's always what happens.
180.
Good luck, Jim. Thank you very much.
$140. Jim, you require 160.
Jim McKeown's the only man in this group who have hit at
60.
least 3 180s in a match. Twice he's done it now. He wants to be. He's a big scorer. Hasn't happened often enough, and that explains why definitely won't be seeing him tomorrow.
83. Jimmy require 100.
Yeah, and also goes to show how those ones that aren't the big scoring ones are really off the pace. But
Game shot
tops
on the
here
fourth
for
flag,
100
Jim
finish for McKuen, taking a 3-1 lead. I mean, we talked earlier about whether he would be, you know, a dangerous player, and this is probably
Fifth leg,
the best
it's
we've
Brett to
seen.
throw first.
Well, it is the best
Game
we've
on.
seen McKuen play so far today. And he's going to be thinking, why wasn't I doing this earlier?
Yeah, there's a reason why Jim McKuen isn't
28.
smiling. It's because he knows this means nothing in the grand scheme of things.
Not to him anyway. It certainly could end up meaning something to Clayton.
$140.
Second time we've seen him scoring visit of 28. Not just losing the weight, he's losing the lie as well. It's a good
134.
response.
$140.
Can't leave a finish, even with a maximum
100.
from 339, but brims off 100 points.
$30.
Oh, McKuen made a mess of that one. 3 straight darts there. 3 straight 20s would have left him on a finish, but wasn't able to do anything there.
$83.
Well, Brett Clayton should have been switching there, even though he didn't get the treble 20. He gets the treble 3. It's more difficult for himself.
49.
Although I suppose if you were to
Brett,
take a
you
check
require
out in this kind of
156.
numerical range, 156, one of the favoured ones.
Yeah, I would say so. Another one of those. Fell short.
140. Jimmy require 142.
Up for treble 20.
62. Brett, you require
Must hit for Brett
16.
Clayton.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He
Brett
gets it.
Clayton.
He's got a break and then hold to seal a 4-3 victory.
Sixth leg. It's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Been hoping for a bit more daylight looking at the table, looking at the Engstrom legs difference, but 2 points will do very much.
60. $59. $180.
Quartet of maximums for Jim McKuen now.
$140.
Brett Clayton must be looking at Jim McKuen and thinking, you've played over 20 matches this week now. Why are you timing this right now?
Why? Why me? But then again,
42.
Aiden's the one that controls his own darts. I mean, we've seen him play already today much better than what he's doing now. So can't really blame Jim for that.
54.
Nothing's working for him at the moment.
$96.
Might need to fill this up. At the very, very least, needs one treble.
58.
He comes up dry.
Jimmy require 123.
Doesn't need to go the bull route here. He's got 66 left.
Double 18 for the match.
97. Check 87.
Really matter. Brett Clayton, all he can do is apply some pressure. That's not going to do him any favours.
45. Jimmy require 36.
Seeing his Saturday night prospects evaporate
Game shot and
because
the match.
Jim
Jim McKuen
has beaten him by 4 legs to 2. It has been a nightmare couple of games for Brett Clayton, who is magnanimous in defeat, but inside he'll be absolutely stewing. A 4-0 whitewash by Engstrom, followed by a 4-2 defeat to the already eliminated Jim McKuen. Brett Clayton is now looking over his shoulder at the man who's playing next, Darren Johnson. He's in action against Jan Macintosh. We've just seen another twist in the Group C tail. Brett Clayton with a second consecutive defeat. Looking so assured in the early stages today, but Jim McKuen beat him by 4 legs to 2, proving that there is a performance in the Scotsman, despite the fact that he has been eliminated from the competition. Now, Darren Johnson, the man in your picture, is the man looking to chase down Clayton, beating by 4 legs to 3 yesterday. It's been more of a mixed day for Johnson so far, but in his last game, whitewashed Alan Norris. He wasn't really put under too much pressure by him.
First leg, it's
He's up
Darren to
against
throw
Jan
first.
McIntosh, another man who he
Game
will be
on.
expecting to defeat. But we've seen some great moments from McIntosh today. The massive 155 checkout he got against Engstrom and the 4-3 victory against McKuen. Someone who I think has
140.
improved as the week has gone on, but Darren Johnson will be earmarking 2 points from this fixture.
Yeah, absolutely, and he needs it. So there's no two ways about
100.
it, really.
And he certainly does. If he beats McIntosh by 2 legs or
81.
more, he will leapfrog him in the table, going to 12 points, and the pair of them would be a couple of points adrift of Johan Engstrom going into the final round of fixtures. But a bit of a dead rubber after this between
85.
McKuen and Norris, but then Engstrom faces Johnson at the end of the afternoon, with Clayton playing McIntosh. Clayton has the favourable fixture,
46.
you'd say. But here will tell us everything we need to know going into that last round. McIntosh
45.
isn't here to be a lamb to the slaughter. He wants to try and spoil the Johnson party.
Well, he's already done it with McKuen in his
85.
earlier match. That spoiled Jim's party of being able to qualify through to tomorrow night's final. So, yeah, actually, he's got the opportunity to do it with Johnson in this match and then Clayton in his last match.
131. Darren, you require
Yeah, amazing. He could ruin the
149.
days of 3 separate darts players.
$59. Jan, you require 140.
You know, I'd almost back him for a 140 checkout more than I would 3 at double 16 or like of that. It's not going to go.
100. Darren, you require
Yes, he
90.
showed that from very early on in the first match of the day.
Game shot on the first leg.
Double
Darren
15 for
Johnson.
Darren Johnson, who gives it a big fist pump. Every leg counts here.
Second
MODUS
leg,
Super
it's Jan to
Series,
throw
and it was
first.
well taken
Game
as
on.
well. 90's one of those checkouts where you would, of course, rather hit the treble 20, but then double 15 can prove to be awkward.
45.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to hit the treble 20 because you want to avoid having the only single dart at the bull. But then when you hit the treble 20, you're like, oh, double 15. You kind of sometimes, well, I know I do, think, do I just want to go 10,
100.
double 10, rather than having that first dart at double 15? Because, of course, if you go inside, then changes everything.
You'd always aim at the northern part of double 15.
Yeah, then if you hit in a single number, you hope it's a 10
140.
rather than the single 15.
Well, it makes a lot of sense. Not just aiming for the bed as a whole, sometimes it's aiming for a portion of it. So if you do
45.
miss, still give yourself a chance.
Yeah, miss well. Like those times when you've got bullseye with your last dart and you don't even hit the 25, you
100.
miss the 25 ring, but you end up hitting something like an 18 or a 10 or a 14. So, you've missed well because you've left yourself, 32 tops or 36.
100.
Something that's quite favorable.
$80. $140. Jan, you require 136.
Well, that 140 from Johnson's put him right back in this leg.
$54. Darren, you require 116.
Start on the 20s, could start on the 19s. Goes the old-fashioned route. Tops now.
96.
Goes
Jan,
the
you
treble.
require 82.
Did look like it caught the flight there, maybe.
Thirteens or 17s. Now for double 10.
72.
That
Darren,
wasn't
you require 20.
much closer than Johnson's effort at tops.
$10. Jan, you
Not
require
break the
10.
Jan throw.
No score. Darren, you require 10.
That was a very wild dart there.
That was a load of tosh from Macintosh. Double 2 now.
Game shot on the second
Finally
leg.
hits
Darren
it.
Johnson.
Gives it the big one once again, Darren Johnson. Been far from convincing.
Third leg, it's Darren to throw first.
He's equal parts
Game on.
delighted and disgusted with himself.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, at this point in time, he's getting the job done, and that's all he needs to do. But just the fist
100.
pumping or the acknowledgement of getting that leg just goes to show that he knows exactly what's on the line here with this match.
60. 70.
He knows he's already going to have a tough match ahead of him in his last one playing Engstrom, who we could say has been the player of the session this afternoon by all accounts. So
100.
yeah, the easier he can make it for himself by getting a few more points on the table in this match, the better it's going to be.
40.
Yeah, the pendulum has definitely swung the way of the Swede. Start of the day, third in the table behind Johnson, who was top. Clayton in second. It's flipped around.
45. 140. 85. Darren, you require 151.
Daylight between him and Macintosh now. Set this up.
100.
I'll do nicely. Simple single to double.
$140. Darren, you
Why
require
not? Go for the
51.
180 to leave 31. Can do what he wants at this stage.
19. Jan, you require 71.
I completely expected Johnson to go 11 tops there.
$36.
Wild once again.
Darren, you require 32.
Way off the pace there.
$16.
Well, I think the reason
Jan,
he
you
went
require 35.
that way instead to leave double 16 was because he's had misses at tops and 10s and he just fancied a different route of attack. But 16s and 8s aren't exactly giving him much
Game
comfort.
shot on the
as
third
Jan
leg.
McIntosh
Jan McIntosh.
takes his first leg of the match. Darren Johnson, 2 from 13 on the outer ring.
Fourth leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on. $79.
Has made us raise our eyebrows quite a lot this week,
58.
Macintosh, with some of the decision making, shall we say.
129.
Sometimes you wonder about whether they're intentional darts at the treble 18 or whether they've just, I mean, they look like they're intentional darts at the treble 18, but, you know, you never can be too sure.
Well, he's made the decision to switch across to the 18s rather than down for the 19s.
85.
Yeah, and a lot of players do favour that. They like to use the 18s as opposed to the 19s.
140.
The same as a lot of players tend to go for the treble 17 shot.
$122.
In a really good scoring leg this from Macintosh. Just some unusual numbers thrown in there.
125.
He's just going with hit big scores,
86.
get down to a finish, and then I'll worry about it from there. Looking for another treble 18. No, he misses that. Is he going to go treble 15?
26.
That's an accurate use of
Darren,
the
you
word worry,
require
'cause I think he does
95.
worry when he gets to the outer ring. 16 or treble 20.
Surprised he didn't use the ball route off 95.
47.
With the first start
Yeah,
at
you
that
require
25,
60.
meaning he didn't need to get himself a treble.
It was very aggressive from Johnson. It was a long way away. I believe that hasn't nestled in.
Game shot on the fourth
That one
leg.
has.
Jan Macintosh.
Yeah, Macintosh pulled himself from 2 legs down to 2 apiece. Right, it's Darren Johnson who's
Fifth
got
leg. It's Darren to
reason
throw
to
first.
worry.
Game on.
No question that in the players' room, Jan Macintosh will be being cheered on heartily by both Johan Engstrom
45.
and Brett Clayton.
Yes, I'd imagine so.
$100. 58. 180.
I honestly think Macintosh could
140.
become a pretty dangerous player if he just tidied up the back end of legs, because decent scorer.
Yeah.
$60.
And that is honestly what makes the difference between good players and great players is knowing your combinations, great board management,
100.
knowing what you're going to do,
Jan, you
and
require
of course becoming
161.
a lot more consistent on that outer ring.
6-1's not going to go. But if he does go on and lose this game, Jan Macintosh will have lost 20 games this
28.
week, and yet he can leave,
Darren, you
I think,
require
with positives.
158. $44. Jan, you require 133.
Well, he's certainly giving Darren Johnson something to think about in this game, for sure.
That's probably an
41.
area of his game he needs to improve
Darren,
on as
you
well,
require
the setup
114.
shots. If there's no prospect of him landing on the double, he needs to set himself up better. Tops now.
Game shot on the
3-2
fifth
to
leg.
Darren Johnson. 114 checkout. Just reminding himself that he can finish legs in style.
Sixth leg. It's Jan to throw first. Game on. $100. 180.
First time Darren Johnson has landed a perfect visit this match.
28.
Got more gears, you think, than Jan Macintosh, and he's beginning to find the higher ones.
60. 55.
A lot of Macintosh's darts have ended up in that 5. That seems to be, you know, some players are, you know, they'll spread it evenly between the 5s and the 1s. If they're not
57.
going to hit the treble, but his is definitely favoured towards that 5. And I'm sure he's hit quite a number of treble 5s so far today.
There we go again.
44.
He needs to go down the bottom here so he can leave himself.
45.
Okay, then. 159 it is.
Mathematical malfunction from Darren
Yeah.
Johnson.
I mean, because a 180 here from Macintosh. It's like I called her.
180.
And suddenly, Johnson's on the back foot.
That's lottery numbers. Have you got them?
Yeah.
43. Jan, you require 94.
I think Darren Johnson realised after he'd thrown that last dart that he'd made a mistake.
I mean, yeah, he did stop and think about it and then still went away anyway.
22. Darren, you
Ah.
require 116.
Is he going to go the treble 20? I would say so.
Well, 18 for Darren Johnson
shot
to
on the
seal
match,
a 4-2
Darren
victory.
Johnson.
And he's got the margin of victory that he needed to overtake Brett Clayton in the Group C table. Bit of a strange ending to that one. Johnson making a mess with the setup shot, but was rescued anyway. Some more good moments from Jan Macintosh, but the inconsistency from the Faroese thrower again highlighted there. 180s followed by poor setup shots. So Darren Johnson goes second in the Group C table. Up next, we've got a dead rubber clash, a clash for pride between Jim McKuen and Alan Norris.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where qualification goes down to the last round here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen so far today. Before the break, we saw Darren Johnson get a much-needed victory against Jan Macintosh by 4 legs to 2. Jim McKuen beat Brett Clayton by the same scoreline. And Johan Engstrom also a 4-2 victor against Alan Norris. This is what it does then in terms of the table. Johan Engstrom on 14 points. Darren Johnson and Brett Clayton both on 12. And, well, Brett Clayton needs Johan Engstrom to do himself a favour against Darren Johnson in that next game. But this is Alan Norris up against Jim McKuen. Neither player can qualify. It's a last one out for the defending champion in his defence of the title. And this is being watched by Dan McCarthy and Corinne Hammond.
Thanks, Henry. Jim McKuen looking to bow out on a positive note. It's been a pretty torrid week as far as McKuen is concerned. A favourite going into Group A and a favourite coming into Group C. He has not lived up to the favourite tag. 25th and final match here in Portsmouth
First
this
leg,
week.
it's Jim to throw first.
Alan Norris,
Game on.
deal as well. Bottom of the table, looking to avoid the wooden spoon, I suppose. If he does get the win, he'll leapfrog Jan Macintosh, go up to 6 points with victories from
95.
10 matches, and then he'll be hoping that Brett Clayton does him a favour, beats Macintosh in the last game of the session. So how would you assess McKeown's performances
66.
this week and performances today?
Yeah, definitely not the Jim McKuen that I'm used to seeing as far as today is concerned. But, I mean, we've talked about this anyway, probably has put some undue pressure on himself.
59.
Being, you know, the defending champion, not really going where they want, and then maybe a bit of fatigue set in as well.
41.
Yeah, fatigue definitely plays its part in this brutal format. MODUS Super Series is a lot of darts for anyone to play in quick succession.
60.
Alan Norris, we've seen him on this stage before. He's not performed at his
70.
best. He keeps coming back, which suggests that there is something there, and he's played some pretty decent stuff on the senior circuit, but there's been a real lack of consistency from Norris in the 2 days he's been here.
44. 100. 96. 41. Jimmy require 147.
17.
87.
Tees himself up for a potential 20 dart hold of throw.
41.
Alan
Jimmy
Norris
requires
is way
60.
off right now.
50. Alan, you require 142.
He has been way off so far on this leg, but that's not to say that he couldn't. Well, I was going to say he couldn't hit the 142, but he's not going to now. He was going there.
62.
2 treble 17 route
Jimmy
till he
required
tops.
10.
If you're going to be left on 142 after
Getting
6
shot on the
visits,
first
you're
leg,
going to be
Jim
in a lot of
McKuen.
trouble.
Yeah.
Jim McKuen punishes Alan Norris in the opening
Second leg,
exchanges.
it's Alan to throw first. Game on. 45.
Are still committed darts players, these two, even though they are the wrong side of 50. Expect to see both of them at Q School in January. Alan
41.
Norris is still a regular player on the Challenge Tour circuit. almost nice to see that even though he's
125.
nowhere near the player that he was 5, 6, 7 years ago when he was winning Euro Tours, it's nice to see he's still got that love for playing darts.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, and I'm sure there is still some love for playing darts, but there's
47.
also that part of this is what I've always done. Like it's, you know, this is my job, or what's mainly been my job for such a long time. So this is what I do.
26.
Didn't love that. Almost gave an accusatory look to his right hand after that second dart. Landed closer to treble 18 than treble 20.
$43. 42.
This is a bit of a slow leg from both of them. Neither of them with a finish inside after 12 darts apiece.
That's all he needed.
Exactly.
Backside.
Sometimes I do think that they can hear us.
Yeah, I promise you there's no earpieces.
43.
Jim McKuen or Alan Norris.
100.
Full 19.
62.
What a 6 darts that could have been.
$94. Alan, you require 38. $28. Jimmy
Got a bit surprised he went for the split there.
And that particular split, I don't think I've really ever seen that. You tend to see more players will go the 6-32 route if they're going to split the 38. I've not
62.
seen an 18
Alan, you
double 10
require
split,
10.
and now he's left himself double 5.
Game shot on
But
a
he likes
second
that
leg.
one, so
Alan
that's
Norris.
okay, and he's evened it up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Much to improve looking at those numbers.
Yeah, absolutely.
$81.
Sorry, guys, but there's no disguising it.
$60.
Well, we're only 3 legs
100.
into this match, so I'm sure it's going to get better.
Yeah, we've got a champion of champions, winner, a
85.
lakeside finalist. Will get better. Will always be positive.
$60. $50.
Fill it up, Jim.
180.
There we go. That's what we're used to seeing from Jim McKuen.
It's unusual, really, that the last couple of
58.
days,
Jimmy
Jim
require
McKeown's
80.
180 hitting has been very good, but that lack of consistency to follow it. Pops now for a 15 darter.
Game shot
Much
on the
better
third leg.
from Jim McKuen. Goes 2-1 up against Alan Norris. 180 followed by an 80 checkout. Too little, too late.
Fourth
At
leg, it's
least it
Alan
is
to throw
something.
first.
Alan Norris sees the funny side of it
Game
because
on.
Jim McKuen thought it was his turn to throw first. The brains are frazzled up on stage.
70. $58. $140. $100.
Dan, this is the hors d'oeuvre for what's to come in the final round of fixtures. From v Johnson next up.
55.
The basic calculations we've done, we think that Johnson needs 4-0 victory to stop Engstrom from clinching top two in that game. And then we've got Clayton v Macintosh to end things with.
100.
It makes it all very interesting.
50. $47.
I'm starting to wonder here if, because both of these players know that obviously the other one is not capable of qualifying, and so they can't really be a spoiler to the other one either. So
60.
there's not as much to do here for them. It's like when they can upset somebody else's day, I guess there's a little bit more to play for in terms of that. But with both of them knowing that this is their last match.
134.
The only
Alan, you require
tiny carrot you can
126.
dangle is for Alan Norris, and that's to not finish bottom.
Oh, big miss of the single number there. Looking for the 19 to leave him bull.
69. Jim, you require 62. Game shot on the fourth flag. Jim McKuen.
Break of throw for Jim McKuen. Goes one leg away from victory. They're still
Fifth
giggling at
leg,
each
it's
other.
Jim to throw
More
first.
chuckly than Chucky.
Game on. $100. $100. $81.
Another snatchy throw from McKuen. The third dart, whipping the hand across his body.
100. $82. $95. $140.
On for a strong end here, Jim McKuen.
81. Jim, you
Norris is
require
down to a
98.
finish, but McKeown's got a kinder one. 18. Double 12. Jim McKuen does end Group C
Game shot
with
and the
victory.
match, Jim McKuen.
4-1 against Alan Norris. The two of them joking and laughing with each other. Alan Norris is going to finish bottom of Group C. McKuen improved as the game got into its latter stages. Pretty decent on the checkouts as well. The scoring power wasn't there, though, in McKuen. Out of Group C. He's beaten Alan Norris by 4-1. Now, coming up, we've got a couple of important games. Jan Macintosh and Brett Clayton in the afternoon session. But it's a huge clash now between Johan Engstrom and Darren Johnson.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series of the defending champion. Jim McKuen ended his defence with a 4-1 victory against Alan Norris before the break. Next up for us, Johan Engstrom in action up against Darren Johnson. And the Swede now is just one leg away from a place in tomorrow night's final. A 4-1 victory would be enough for him. Well, one leg would be enough for him, should I say, to get through. For Darren Johnson, he needs to win. Even if he wins, he'll be seeing what happens in that last game between Jan Macintosh and Brett Clayton. Right, let's get down to commentary for this one. It's Dan McCarthy and Corinne Hammond.
Thanks, Henry. And what a lovely position to be in, knowing that you can lose a darts match and still achieve your stated aims. Just one leg is required for Johan Engstrom. And the way that he's played this afternoon, it seems very likely that he's going to get it. The last leg that he did win, won in super style as well. A 1-4-5 checkout. He's 4-2 beating of Alan Norris. Darren Johnson hoped to spoil the Swedes' party with a whitewash
First
and just
leg, it's Johan
make him
to throw
a little
first.
bit more nervous.
Game
but
on.
Corinne Hammond, I think we're in agreement that Engstrom has been the best player this afternoon, and I certainly expect him to get the job done, particularly he's got the advantage of throw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that even though Johnson has started to pick up in the latter part of this afternoon's session, I still don't think his performance equals
81.
what we've been seeing from Engstrom so far today. So, I mean, and we called this game as being a crucial game quite early on in the session, and it seems to have kind of played out the way that we expected it to.
Yeah, I think we've saved the best till second to last. I mean, the Brett Clayton Jan Macintosh game has certainly got plenty riding upon it, but these are two of the protagonists for the race
140.
for Saturday night. Didn't see the best of Darren Johnson in his last match against Jan Macintosh.
140.
There's too many darts at the outer ring. He was having problems with hitting the big numbers as well. Engstrom, we've not seen many issues from with that regard.
100.
Throughout today, he's been solid. He's been steady. And I think he could be a real threat on Saturday night if, of course, he gets the job done.
Yeah, of course. You know, if he continues to play the way that he's been playing this
60.
afternoon, absolutely, he's going to be having a good chance in there.
$60.
He does have that stage experience of playing in front of fans as well. Represented Sweden in the World Cup of Darts.
54.
Played on the Euro Tour
Johan, you
stage as
require
well.
120.
And they're quite big crowds in the Euro Tour.
He can get nearly 4,000 in some of the venues.
$28.
And the Saturday
Darren,
night
you
finals
require
night is
167.
another element brought into the MODUS Super Series because it's the only time all week that the players actually get to play in front of a crowd.
131.
And
Johan, you
the latter
require
stages
92.
of it, you've got the straight knockout format as well, rather than the league table.
On the ball route there, hit the eights, left himself 84. He's going to go off for treble 20. Couldn't find it.
36.
So an early chance here for
Darren, you
Johnson to get
require
a break.
36. $18.
Big
Johan,
chance
you
for
require
Darren Johnson
56.
to break the Engstrom throw. I reckon Engstrom thought that Johnson was going to pin that. Let off. Double 16. Oh, it's the wrong double.
40.
It was the wrong.
Darren, you
Big
require
number.
18.
Then a strange decision to go for 16 rather than 8 because he likes tops.
Game shot on the first
Then
leg.
double 8.
Darren Johnson.
And then Darren Johnson thinks, thank you very much. I'll pinch that off you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Funny
Game
what
on.
pressure can do to a dart player.
And we see it time and time and time again. And, you know, as dart players, we've all been there.
17.
Comparatively easy task that Engstrom has got in front of him. Just win a solitary leg in best of 7.
95.
Nothing's easy though when there's pressure on and when there's big things at stake. Potential prize money increase tomorrow.
55.
Wanting to scoop the $5,000 jackpot. Winning finals night tomorrow.
Well, and not only does winning a finals night give you that $5,000 in your pocket, it also guarantees you to
101.
come back for Champions Week.
Absolutely. And then compete for 20
60.
grand, which is a huge sum of money for a couple of weeks play in the MODUS Super Series.
And, you know, by players who aren't considered to be professional dart players.
Absolutely,
85.
the rewards massive in this event.
$60.
What makes it so interesting and so cutthroat as well. Consider that throughout the whole competition, whether it's 9:30 on a Monday morning or the final on Saturday, it is best of 7. So little room for error.
76.
Oh, and Engstrom is making errors, but he's recovered with that last dart.
Yes, I think it's safe to say that anyone that's won
99.
a week
Johan, you
and then
require
again,
144.
actually a Champions Week has worked very hard to get to where they've done it. It's a lot of games to get to that spot.
$59.
I was just thinking there about what he was going to do. Obviously, the lie on the 20s wasn't the best for him.
140. Johan, you require 85.
$25 and bull, it has to be.
60. Darren, you require
We're
70.
seeing a few unforced errors from Engstrom in this game that we've not seen.
30. Johan, you
Yeah, it's a
require
chance for the 25.
You can only deduce that that's down to just nervous energy, I suppose. Double 12. And Johan
Shot on the
Engstrom
second leg.
does get the
Johan
leg that he
Engstrom.
needs. He is going through to finals night. And that is a huge weight off his shoulders. And now
Third leg.
he
It's
can
Johan
play
to
with
throw
a sense of
first.
freedom, a sense of enjoyment. He's broken the throw.
Game on.
He's looking to end the group stage week as high a note as possible.
Fairly certain that confirms him as being top of the table as well. But don't take
76.
my word for that. But that's just my own calculations in my head. When we go on the number of legs won.
100.
But either way, he's definitely through to finals night.
$180.
It's almost like he knows it. Coming up with the first 180 of the match.
$41.
Looking more and more likely that Darren Johnson is going to be watching the Clayton Macintosh match through his hands, just peeping through.
One of those situations where, you know, like a train wreck, you don't want to watch, but you kind of
140.
have, you know, you're stuck on watching it. Don't want to listen to it either.
84. Johan, you require 105.
Tops.
Game
Oh,
shot
and
on
he's
the
going and
third
hitting
leg.
12
Johan
darters now.
Engstrom.
He's almost showing off.
Yeah, he definitely knew one leg was all he needed.
Fourth leg. It's Darren to throw first. Game on. $45. $180.
And it's not too late to see a perfect leg. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
85.
Hello. Goodbye.
140.
It's always so disappointing when that sixth dart misses.
96. $48.
Looking to finish with a flourish. Potential back-to-back 12 darters.
60. Johan, you require 133.
Yeah, Johnson can't give up here though, because you know, every leg that he wins counts, obviously, and then it's going to make it harder for Clayton to catch him.
93.
But he could find himself in a position where he doesn't win this match, Clayton doesn't win his last match, but yet
100.
Clayton will still jump him
Johan, you
in the
require
legs one.
40.
or the legs difference and find himself qualifying. So
20. Darren, you require
Yeah,
115.
Darren Johnson could find himself in a situation where he drops below Brett Clayton because of the margin of defeat, and therefore Brett Clayton needs just any sort of win, and he's through.
59.
or potentially doesn't even
Johan, you
need to win
require 20.
because they'll both remain on 12 points. But yet the difference, we'll see Clayton come through.
– 15.
Oh, he's made a mess of this
Darren,
one.
you require 56.
It was all going swimmingly after 5 perfect darts.
Game shot on the fourth
13
leg.
darts
Darren
later, he
Johnson.
leaves 5, and Darren Johnson sweeps up.
Fifth leg, it's Johan to throw first. Game on. $40. $96.
Good last start there from Johnson.
$59. $43.
Johan Engstrom's only scored 99 after 6 darts, but you'd still probably make him favourite for the leg.
100. $95.
Good switch.
121.
switch.
Yeah. It was like he was kind of undecided about which way to go.
Johnson's
76.
not going to leave a finish himself, so Engstrom 181 after 12. Back himself to do this in 6.
$60.
Well, he will have done. 60 doesn't really do too many favours.
38.
A horror bounce out from Johnson.
Johan, you require 121.
There's never a good time for a bounce out, but certainly that was not a good time at all. Never a good time for a 5 either.
81. Darren, you require 153.
Parties it up though to leave himself tops. And we'll be back for it. Johnson not able to finish the 153.
59. Johan, you require 40.
Darts do lie flat. Might not help.
No score.
Don't think it did.
Darren, you require 94.
Now for Darren Johnson. This topsy-turvy game.
74. Johan, you require 40. Game shot on the fifth leg. Johan Engstrom.
He makes no mistake about it this time. Engstrom in the lead, 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Darren to throw first.
On throw,
Game
Johnson
on.
needs to win this leg to take us to a decider, which would only be the third one of this session, believe it or not.
140.
Yeah, there was a litany of 4-3 fixtures yesterday.
100. 59.
All threes today have tended to involve Jan Macintosh.
Also, maybe if it's not this match, it could be the next one.
100. 135. 100. Darren, you require 167.
Double 19. He's going for it.
Game
Oh,
shot on
it's
the
wonderful
sixth
from
leg.
Darren Johnson.
Johnson.
It is the biggest checkout of Group C so far. It takes us all the way. Darren Johnson
7th and
with a
final leg. It's
wonderful
Johan
shot.
to throw
And now,
first.
Johan Engstrom
Game
has got the
on.
darts. Try and get the 2 points that he wants to absolutely rubber stamp his place.
Wow. Did not see a 167 checkout coming,
100.
but it was beautifully done.
I always love those kinds of checkouts when they're done unnecessarily.
80.
Yeah.
He could easily have laid up.
But I think 167's kind of in the same ballpark as the 170. I don't know. Personally, I would always go a 170, whether I needed to or not. And 167's kind of the same.
100. 85. 100. 56. 45.
Well, I feel that was the shot that Engstrom really needed to get himself out ahead, because a 2 treble visit here from Johnson
140.
it puts him straight back in
Johan, you
it.
require 156.
Right on cue.
100. Darren, you require 140. 100. Johan, you
Oh,
require
it's Engstrom's
56.
match to lose from here. 56 left.
Tops for Engstrom.
Game shot.
Johan
And the
Engstrom
match. Johan
Seals top
Engstrom.
spot in Group C. And make no mistake, he will be a very dangerous competitor. Someone who players won't want to face because he's been rock steady throughout the week. Look just how much it means to him. Darren Johnson gave us a bit of magic towards the back end of that game. The wonderful 167 checkout to send us all the way. But ultimately, Engstrom proved a little bit too strong. Now it's over to you, Brett Clayton. If he gets the victory against Jan Macintosh, he goes through to finals night. That's coming up after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we're joined here by Johan Engstrom here on the balcony. Johan, many congratulations on making it through to tomorrow night's final. You must be really happy right now.
Yeah, I really am right now. I didn't think about this this morning, but I do know if I win 5 games today, it's going to be probably second or first place. That was all of my opportunity to do. Yeah.
How would you assess and how did you feel like you played over the course of today?
I was horrible.
How did you feel like you played today? Actually the level that you played at?
It's okay. I should. It's the first 4 games really today. It was really good games, and I do know it's all about the focus all the time, but it's a lot of pressure all the day today. Everybody in this room was just wanted to win the games, and yeah, so it is. I was a lucky one today.
And now into tomorrow night's final and your first appearance here at the MODUS Super Series. You're going to have an audience in here tomorrow night as well. How much are you looking forward to playing in front of a crowd?
It's just going to be fantastic, really fantastic, and I do know the player tomorrow is going to be amazing, and hopefully I'm going to kick some ass.
Kick some ass. That is exactly what we want to hear.
Yeah.
You're a happy man right now, aren't you?
Yeah, I really am. I really am. It's going to be lovely tomorrow. Lovely. And I'm really happy right now.
There we go.
Yeah.
Johan, many thanks for coming up to the balcony. We've got one more game to go. It's Brett Clayton up against Jan Macintosh. It's effectively eliminator as far as Brett Clayton is concerned. Down in the culture box is Cohen Hammond and Dan McCarthy.
Thank you, Henry. Well, I'm looking forward to Saturday even more now, if we're going to get some ass kickings from the sweet ferret. But the big question now, who joins him? Will it be Darren Johnson or will it be this man, Brett Clayton? And after an afternoon of complicated mathematics and table permutations,
First leg, it's Jan to throw first.
this is a very simple
Game
eliminator.
on.
As Henry alluded to, if Brett Clayton wins, he goes through. If Jan Macintosh wins, Darren Johnson goes through. All over to you then, Brett.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about how Jan Macintosh can be a bit of a destroyer today, and
60.
he already quashed the hopes of Jim McKuen earlier today. So is he going to do the same to Brett Clayton? The next 10 minutes or so will tell us.
Absolutely.
100.
If Brett Clayton plays as he did in his opening 2 games today, should swat aside Macintosh with no problem. It has been a coin, a cliche, an afternoon of 2 halves for the Shredder.
90.
Just needs to rediscover that form that he showed earlier on. He's still, as it stands, the only man who's hit a ton plus average in Group C. The win he got against Alan Norris.
43.
What he is going to have to do at some point, though, is break the throw. And that's something that's easier said than done.
Yeah. Definitely is.
140.
Particularly against a man in Jan Macintosh, who is playing free from pressure. He knows that he's not going to
100.
finish bottom of Group C. Even if he loses 4-0, he'll still be above Alan Norris on legs difference. Also a man who's carved out a pretty good niche as a good scorer, but an erratic finisher.
11.
So if he can tidy up the second half of that equation, as he hits 11, might cause Clayton few issues.
But that's the part of the game that we've talked about
60.
from Macintosh that we have seen from him. It's around that time of the leg where he has the opportunity to set himself up for a good finish that his scoring suddenly eludes him and his board management seems to walk out the window.
86. $60. Jan, you require 114.
Cagey start from Clayton. dart. Tops for Macintosh.
Shot on the first leg. Jan
He is
McKuen.
looking like somebody who wants to spoil the party. Done it already today.
Second leg.
Jan
It's Brett to throw
Macintosh, the great
first.
destroyer of
Game
darting
on.
dreams.
Maybe that'll be his new moniker.
100.
He'd definitely be a participant on the villains from Henry's Heroes versus Villains week that he's trying to, you know, become a thing.
85. $140.
Speaking of nicknames, Brett Clayton is the Shredder, and apparently he picked that up because he eats really quickly.
Really?
Yeah.
Ah.
I mean, I wondered whether he was in the business of selling office machinery or something like that, but no, apparently it's his eating habits.
How odd, isn't it? I mean, when you think
35.
about people's nicknames that they have for darts, and you know, you think firstly that it would be somehow relatable to actually playing, you know, their game of darts, but 90% of the time it's got nothing to do with that.
100. $59. $100. Brett, you require 167.
See this in successive games. We might, you know. Bullseye for Brett. It's
Game shot on the
brilliant from
second leg.
Brett.
Brett Clayton.
Whatever you can do, Darren Johnson, I can do just as well.
Third leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on.
You feel like he really needed that leg too.
There's some analogy about London
125.
buses going around my mind at the minute.
Right.
Amazing how you see two in quick succession
80.
to clear that up.
$38. $140. $180.
Well, to say that he's only won 4 matches this week, Jan McIntosh has got a pretty impressive 180 tally.
100. Jan, you require 158.
Hit 155 earlier. Not going to go 3 better with 158. 18 could be the
98.
target, and it was.
$140. Jan, you require 60.
Double 10.
50. Brett, you require 41.
Being the undoing of him all week.
$21.
Well, that was so far away,
Jan,
the
you
camera didn't even pick it
require
up.
I think it actually bounced out of the board.
Game shot on the third leg. Jan
At 2-5
McIntosh.
to Macintosh to double his lead.
Well, that's another one of
Fourth
the break
leg, it's Brett
opportunities
to throw
gone for
first.
Clayton.
I was just
Game
going to
on.
say, he still needs to find a break. And he's running out of chances to do that.
45.
Because simply holding his own throw is not going to be enough.
60. 41.
He might find himself getting broken in this leg himself if he continues with the 40s shots.
100.
Well, if he doesn't go on and qualify for Saturday night, it'd be so unexpected for what we saw in the early stages of this afternoon
140.
with those 2 wins. Like the big turning point for Clayton this afternoon has been that big defeat he suffered against Johan Engstrom.
100. 65.
Right intention,
51.
wrong execution. Very honest from Brett Clayton, correcting our referee Jack Garwood.
60. 57.
If he's left that on purpose.
Yeah, maybe. Do it a second time. Macintosh does love a treble
80.
5.
Brett, you require 167.
Deja vu. Probably a little bit too much to ask.
131.
That's the next best thing,
Yeah,
though.
and you require
Yeah,
101.
set it up beautifully. Treble 5 again is going to go across to the treble 18. Wasn't able to find it.
93. Brett, you require 36.
Pressure's on Brett. This is merely for a hold of throw.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Is it
Brett
first time of
Clayton.
asking? Looks focused.
5th leg, it's Jan to throw first. Game on.
Clayton really needs to break in this leg.
85.
Otherwise, his only other opportunity would be in a last leg decider.
And those are shoes I wouldn't want to be standing in.
140.
Got the advantage after the first 3 darts apiece.
45. 85. 81.
Those wayward darts from Macintosh are not helping his cause at all.
95.
No, they're not, and this might be the time now where Brett Clayton does jump all over Macintosh. Take the darts off him.
100. 90.
Good pick out.
60. Brett, you require 91.
Rebel 17 is the aggressive route. Bullseye, the safe route. He goes safety first. Double 9. And Brett
Shot on the
Clayton
fifth
does
leg.
break the
Brett
throw.
Clayton.
And look at him. He looked like he was about to explode.
Sixth
He is
leg.
one
It's
leg
Brett
away
to throw first.
from securing a place in Saturday's
Game
finals
on.
night.
Yes, it was a very controlled exhale of breath there from him after hitting that double 9.
43. $25. $120.
Bounce out for Clayton, but Macintosh some way behind after a poor opening salvo of 25.
$180.
Not the call that Clayton wanted to hear.
58. $53. $100. $100.
Macintosh is first to a finish. Is the ideal setup shot opportunity.
60.
He hasn't made the
You only
most of it,
require
Brett.
143.
Rebel 17 leaves double 16.
111.
So close to a final
Brett,
twist
you
in the
require
tail.
120.
Shanghai for Saturday night.
$60.
Only 60
You only
points
require
scored.
32. Game shot on the
Jan
sixth
McIntosh
flag.
hits
Jan
it.
McIntosh.
And Brett Clayton will be feeling sick. He now has to break the Macintosh throw in order
7th and
to
final
go
leg.
through
It's
to
Jan
Saturday
to throw
night.
first. Game on. $82.
It's got to be close to perfection for Clayton.
60. $100.
Perfect.
100.
A disappointing ton.
$85. $46.
Too jabby. Brett Clayton. Ray one into the 7.
100. $100. Jan, you require 134.
One 3-4's not going to go, but Jan Macintosh knows he'll get another bite.
42. $95.
Trims off 95.
Jan, you require 92.
But Jan Macintosh might get one match dart. He'll get two. Double 16.
$76.
A let off for
Brett, you
Brett
require
Clayton.
100.
It all comes down to this. Tops. There's one.
60.
And he can't find the other.
Jan, you require 16.
Brett Clayton stares down the dartboard. Millimeters away.
Game shot.
And
the
Jan
match.
Macintosh
Jan
has
Macintosh.
broken Brett Clayton's heart. It came down right to the very final dart of the Group C campaign. And Macintosh continues his role as the big spoiler of Group C. Clayton put himself in a brilliant position. He broke the throw to go 3-2 up, but Macintosh roared back. Clayton was wasteful on the outer ring, so close to a tops finish. Macintosh leaves finishing 5th in the table, and it will be Darren Johnson who joins Johan Engstrom in Saturday's finals night. That is the conclusion of Group C. We hand over now to Corinne Hammond and Henry Deacon on the balcony.
Thank you very much, Dan. Me and Colin watching the last couple of legs up here on the balcony with just, well, the jaws dropped because it was just drama upon drama upon drama.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought when Clayton broke him in the 5th leg there that was going to be it. He was going to jump out and he was going to take that match. And then, yeah, Jan evened it up to 3-all. And yeah, a few missed starts by both. Well, Clayton only had that one dart in the last leg, but still had an opportunity to win it there. So, yeah, definitely a gripping end to the Group C tables.
As far as Brett Clayton was concerned, did he look in that last leg just a little bit too nervous?
I don't know. You know, he's probably thinking he'd done the work to get him where he was, but it's always quite nervy because that was it. There's no more chances after that leg. It was, you know, do or die.
Right, let's have a look and see what else happened today, because we saw the reigning champion, Jim McKuen, depart us. He knocked out in the qualification stages this time around, the Series 5 winner. That's the results from today. We'll talk about Jim McKuen in a little bit more detail in just a second, but really it's a tale of 2 1-6-7 checkouts, really, as far as today is concerned. Darren Johnson really was the king of the ton plus finishing, and actually that key finishing in that department was probably the keys towards his success in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be able to get that, to bring it to 3-all against Johan Engstrom there, to give him the opportunity to still take out that match was great. Did it at the right time.
The right things at the right time, as someone famously says. So Darren Johnson, that 1 for 6-7 helped him through, and we were wondering whether after those first couple of games of the day, whether potentially things may go the other way for Darren, but credit goes where credit's due. He reacted very well at the end of the session.
Yeah, he did. He knew what he had to do, and he got the job done. Sometimes it wasn't in the best of fashion, but he still really stumbled over the line at the end there, and we'll be seeing him tomorrow night.
Indeed, we will. We'll also be seeing Johan Engstrom into tomorrow night's final, because this is how the league table ends up. He goes through as the group winner, 4 points clear of Darren Johnson, Brett Clayton just missing out. And you know what? Johan Engstrom came up here on the balcony. He doesn't do many interviews in English, but do you know what? He came across really, really well. What a character he's becoming.
I know, yeah, exactly. We were thinking that when we were watching it in the comms box and just thought, but you can just see how, you know, relieved and elated he is to be able to be in tomorrow night's finals night. And I think that he is going to be a real threat in there. Everyone else better watch out because he played some fantastic darts today and consistently.
He's already told us he's going to kick some ass tomorrow night,
Yeah.
so we'll see whether that is the case. Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then, shall we? Because we know half of the participants in tomorrow night's final. Jake McMillan qualified through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, the Canadian star. First Group C, of course, Johan Engstrom, Darren Johnson making their way through. Before we talk about Group B in just a second, just a word on the champ, Jim McKuen. Wasn't to be for him this week, but winning that title last time, he can be so proud of everything he's done at the Super Series in 2023 and has been a great ambassador to this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's no easy task to get through and firstly win 1 week at the Super Series, but then go on and win out on Champions Week. So yeah, he obviously, you know, can play. We've all seen him play, and to be able to say that he has been a Super Series champion is, yeah, definitely something to be proud of.
One of only 4 people that can hold that honour aloft. And even when he did get knocked out, we saw some good stuff from Jim. But look, we know he's going to be smart. But if there's one thing we know about Jim McKuen is, as disappointed as he's going to be now, when he comes back the next time, he's going to have that real fire in his belly.
Yeah, look, and it may have been a case that he'd just put himself under some undue pressure, really, by wanting to emulate what he'd done last time around. And perhaps that just became a little bit all too much. So, you know, but I have no doubt the next time he's back on that Super Series stage, it will be back to the Jim McKuen that we've all come to know and love.
And of course, it's an exciting time of the year with Q School coming up, and potentially for him as well, the World Seniors Championship. You know, the opportunities, and Jim McKuen kind of resonates the opportunities that players have got these days through the MODUS Super Series, through the World Seniors, and he's taken advantage of all of those avenues on offer.
And why wouldn't you? Because, you know, it's a tough old slog being a professional dart player and being out there on those pro tours when there's so much opportunity being offered by the likes of the Super Series and you know, a number of other things and the Seniors Tour. Why wouldn't you just, you know, do that rather than trying to go and mix it with all the young guns that are playing in the pro tours these days?
And if you're lucky enough to get to be commentated on by me and Colin Hammond.
Yeah, exactly.
God knows what happens if we're unlucky. Anyway, let's have a look at the Group B table because that's the action that we're going to be watching tonight. Chaz Barstow leads the way, having picked up all 8 points on offer to him yesterday. And Chaz is one of those players who, a couple of years ago, really was at the peak of his powers. He won the first set against Michael van Gerwen at the World Championships. And maybe we expect him just to kick on that little bit more, but never quite happened for him.
Yeah, but that's not to say that it's, you know, not going to happen. Chaz is a quality player, and I mean, he's been on the Super Series stage quite a number of times now as well. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that he's topping the table. Hopefully the same Chaz turns up tonight as what was here last night, because that's always a, you know, not just for Chaz, but for all the other players. Sometimes they have like a cracking session on one day. The next day, it's like a completely different player's turned up. So, yeah, let's see. But I'm certainly looking forward to seeing tonight's games unfold.
And of course, Leonard Gates, headline act.
Yeah, of course. And Leonard's always a great one to watch. And just a phenomenal dart player as well. Yeah.
Well, should be good fun. We'll watch that action from 10 o'clock tonight. I'll see you up here on the balcony, 10 o'clock sharp.
Looking forward to it, Henry.
I know you are. Right. We'll see you from 10 o'clock for the culmination of Group B. But as far as Group B is concerned, it's the sweet ferret that's won the group, and he's promised us he's going to kick some ass. See you tonight.